Mr. Rayner real quick. Looks like she's on. Freeman, can you hear us?
All right, the time is now 4 minutes after 10. Today's date is October 3rd, 2024, and I call this meeting of the Driver Training and Traffic Safety Advisory Committee to order. My name is Carlos Reyna. I'll be the presiding officer for this meeting, and I'm going to start off with our usual requirements for participating. First off, we want to ask everyone to please mute your microphones and only turn them on when you speak. Secondly, please announce your name when speaking so your name can be recorded. Then lastly, we ask committee members stay on camera when the meeting is in session to ensure a quorum is present at all times. Now I'd like to ask Angelica to call roll and announce if we have a quorum.
Yes, sir. Dr. Nina Jose,
Present.
Matthew White,
Present.
James Hiller,
Present.
Rudy Martinez,
Present.
David Bruce,
Present.
Elizabeth Madden, Miss Madden, can you hear me?
Present.
Anna Freeman, Gayatri Vasan,
Present.
and presiding officer Carlos Reyna.
Present.
You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. All right, members who were provided the minutes of the April 25th meeting and the materials that were sent to you, are there any comments or questions on those minutes? All right, if there's none, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented.
I motion.
All right, thank you, James. David, do you have a second?
I'll second. Yes, sir.
Thank you, David. All right, one more time, Angelica, do a roll call vote and announce if the motion passes.
Yes, sir. Dr. Nina Jose,
Yes.
Matthew White,
Yes.
James Hiller,
Yes.
Rudy Martinez,
Yes.
David Bruce,
Yes.
Elizabeth Madden,
Yes.
Gayatri Vasan,
Yes.
and presiding officer Carlos Reyna.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. All right, let's move on to the public comment section. Any person wishing to address the committee must submit an email and follow the public comment instructions on the last page of this agenda or on the TDLR website. And they need to be submitted by noon, 12 noon the day before the meeting. And there were no comments received. You wanted to give public comments, so we'll move on to the next part. Now I'm going to call on Ray Pizarro for a special recognition of one of our licensed schools, Coastline Academy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Reyna. I'm Ray Pizarro. I'm the Director for the Education Examination Division. First, I want to say thank you to all of the schools, our partners. We see you guys, and I've talked to my staff about this, and we need to change our vision on what we look at when we look at all of our licensed providers. You guys are education partners. Without you guys, we wouldn't be putting people, getting them a license, and we wouldn't be keeping our streets safe. So you guys are a very important part of the licensure process and what we do for the driver education program. Coastline Academy, I want to talk a little bit about them. They help students in Mansfield and from around the state. The school closed, and Coastline has stepped up, and with their tireless efforts, they have relieved the burden of several misplaced students. The thoughtfulness and care they showed for these students were exemplary. Contacting the owner of the closed schools to offer their assistance was a great example the peers in this industry, showing that it's possible to work together for the good of the students and for this state we call home. I want to, on behalf of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, I want to present the spirit of TDLR Board for the commitment and dedication to public service, grateful appreciation to Coastline Academy. And I believe we have some of the representatives. Ginger, thanks for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do we have anything else from Coastline?
I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out. I can barely hear you. What did you ask about Coastline? I apologize.
Do we have
She's the only
anybody else?
one, right?
Angelica?
No, Courtney, I'm the operations manager for the state of Texas. Courtney Fitzgerald, the other person, she was unable to make it today.
Okay, but I personally want to tell you thank you. That we don't take these kind of things lightly. We saw what the school has done, and we'd like to recognize people such as you guys, what you've done. This is it's humans helping humans when it comes down to when you break it down. Put our businesses aside and we see somebody need help, and you guys stood up for the challenge, and we really appreciate that on behalf of the department.
I appreciate that, and anything we can do to help out in the future. We want to raise the standard of driver's education experience. And so whatever we need to do to help out, our goal is to eradicate car crashes. So anything we can do, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have, Carlos.
That's all you have, right? Thank you so much. And Coastline Academy, again, thank you. Thumbs up.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You set a good example for us. Appreciate that.
Thank you. You let us know if we can help out anyway in the future. Thank you.
Well, I hope I don't need you in that way, but yes, I'd like to reach out. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the staff reports, briefings from staff and discussions. I believe we'll start with Christina Guerrero.
Good morning. My name is Christina Guerrero. I'm the team lead for the tools team and licensing division. I do have the staffing report here for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. We do have our online system going where we have 85% being used for the new applications, 91% is being used for the renewed online applications, and we have our emails that we've gotten for fiscal year 2024. And currently we're working with enforcement on a project that requires licensees who were fingerprinted prior to June 1st, 2015 to submit the new set of fingerprints to TDLR to subscribe to the Civil Rap Back program and continue to receive reports of arrests and criminal convictions after the fingerprinting. Licensees will be notified via email if they must submit a new set of fingerprints. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help you. Not, that's all we have for today.
Any questions, members? Any at all? I know our schools experienced some issues with it, and primarily in the instructors not reading that they had to do that because they'd been renewing as regular, and so that was causing some delays. But after that, it went pretty efficiently. So I think it was a job well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we go to Education and Examination Division. John, help me with the last name. Watcher.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Carlos, presiding officer and board members. My name is John Schildwachter, and it's my pleasure to present to you today the statistics and updates from the Education Examination Division. This is my first rodeo with y'all, so I will do my very level best to do the best job I can. As you can see right there at the very top, we have statistics for the driving safety provider for the current fiscal year, or the past fiscal year, and and also FY23. Right below that, we have the driver education safety certificate orders. You can see the numbers there for each of those fiscal years. And also within our division, we have the audit program that you are aware of. And to date, there have been 28 audits conducted for the education providers and 34 for the driving safety providers, which equals a total of 62. Scrolling down a little bit further, you have our updates there. First of all, is we successfully launched the driving safety provider student completion upload was launched on the 19th of August. And a big thanks to all the providers who have begun reporting and helped us work on that. Also, the other updates, the student completion upload is expected to launch in the February of next year. The notices and training schedule will be sent out for that at a later date. And also, I've been asked to mention the Texas Workforce Commission's Youth Driver Education Funding Program. As you can see, the updates for there on that. It's also a big deal that we're working on. And lastly, the driver education safety providers mentions that the bond is on file. This has been kind of an ongoing update. And that concludes my report for today, and I'm here to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Yes, John, this is Carlos Reyna. Question, what type of audits were conducted with driver's education and driving safety? Or not driver, was it driving safety also?
They were driver education audits conducted primarily to verify the statement of assurance, whether or not I guess there was a number of them that we did not receive those back from providers. And so a few of those were selected to conduct audits to verify the existence of those statement of assurances and the required information that was supposed to be in the curriculum.
Okay, good. Okay. Members, any questions?
Yes, this is Liz. For the driver education student completion upload, is there a template that we are able to view, or is it still being drafted?
That's a good question. I don't immediately have the answer for. I would imagine that there will be a template available. However, that's still being worked on and finished and finalized at this point.
Okay.
I'll jump in, and John, you're exactly right. There will be a template. It hasn't been finalized. We don't like to. We want to give you something that is going to be where we're moving to before we bring the board in. But rest assured, you'll be the first ones that we reach out. And just to let you know, John is going to be he's going to be the new voice of E&E for all of our different boards. So you'll be seeing him for the driver education. As you can see, he's well spoken. So you could ask a lot of different questions, and he should be able to answer them. If not, you'll find the right answer. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And then last question is, for the training, is that expected to be similar to the summits where it will be in person across the state?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh. For the training portion, is that expected to be similar to the summits where it will be in person and then various meetings across the state?
Can I jump in, John, on this?
Oh, yes.
So we're doing a new effort, if you will, the Education Examination Division. We're trying to provide training, various different trainings. Depends on the issue that arises for this particular division. Industry. We're going to have a page. It's not up and running yet, but we're going to have a page where we're going to have certain topics for driver education, depending on the different trainings or the needs. So if we get a lot of questions on a certain topic, we're going to have some training on that. The whole point of all of this is to reduce and help Craig and his team with phone calls and emails to reduce that contact. We're going to have videos created. We're going to have training sessions where individuals such as yourself can sign up and participate in these trainings. So that's more to come. That's where we're moving with this. It's a little different angle. Instead of having everybody jump on a video call, which they didn't get the email sometimes or notice wasn't there, we're going to put it in your hands to sign up. And we'll more to come on that. We're going to have some QR codes and a landing page where you're going to see this stuff specifically for schools and the education providers. This is going to be not only for DES, but there's other industries that we're doing this for as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Carlos Reyna here. Question, either Ray or John or both. Could you build in a possibility of maybe doing some practice uploads to ensure that staff is doing it correctly before we actually do the launch date? Would that be possible?
Yes, I'm well aware that there are our fine DES folks, Shan's leading the way. We'll definitely reach out and do some test uploads. And by the way, I just got to echo a little bit what Ray said. Our division has gotten very good at providing training and updates to our providers and licensees online. I've been amazed and really thrilled by the effort so far with other programs, and I'm sure it'll carry over to driver education and safety as well.
Thank you, John. Any other questions, members?
Yes.
Yes, Carlos. David Bruce, I do have one question. John, nice to meet you via Zoom or whatever technology we're on. Quick question, please. I want to make sure I'm following the chart that you put up. It says for driver safety providers, in the fiscal year of 2023, we had 28 new providers, not renewals, but brand new providers. In the following year, we had 104 brand new driver safety providers. Is that correct?
Can you call up
the numbers that seem staggering to me for just the difference?
I can verify. I can reach out to our management analyst to verify that. I did review those numbers prior to this meeting, and they did look correct. But I can dig a little bit deeper and get a better explanation for you.
Okay, not doubting them. They're just for 2024. Yeah. They're much larger than I would anticipate. But so thank you for your clarification.
Another question? Someone else, I think?
Yes, this is Nina Sink. John, what is your title?
I am a program specialist.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rain, been real quick. We have a call-in user. I just want to verify who they are, if that's okay.
Okay.
Call-in user, can you verify who you are? Can you state your name? Call-in user, can you hear us? If you can you state your name? All right, Mr. Rainey, you can continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. If there are no other questions, let's move on to the customer service division. And I call on Myra Rodriguez, please.
Hi, good morning, board members and TDLR staff. My name is Myra Rodriguez, and I am one of the managers in the customer service division that oversees this program. If you can see here before you the fiscal year 2024 call and email data for the entire fiscal year, I will specifically notate the last quarter, June, July, and August, in comparison to fiscal year 2023. It looks like we are slightly higher, lower in June by several contacts, but a little bit higher in July. July was a total of 131 more contacts than the fiscal year 2023. And then for August, we are slightly higher by 46 contacts total for fiscal year 24 in comparison to fiscal year 23. I don't currently have the data available for fiscal year 25, but I'm sure I'll be able to provide that. Since we're only 1 month in, I'll be able to provide that at the next meeting. And this concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer any.
Any questions, members? Ms. Rodriguez, thank you very much for your time. Now we will move on to the prosecutor, Mr. Stuart Baggish, please.
Thank you. My name's Stuart Baggish. I'm a prosecutor in the Enforcement Division Transportation Section. I'm here to provide you with the Enforcement Division staff report, which is current through August 19th, 2024. To sum things up in a word, this staff report reflects compliance. On page 1, in the performance measures and criminal history review sections, it indicates respectively that no complaints resulted in disciplinary action in fiscal year 2024. The number of licenses denied, revoked, and restricted due to criminal history review was none. And this all reflects that compliance levels are high and the quality of applicants is improving, which is a good development. Jumping ahead to the lower middle of page 2 is the penalties and consumer remedies section, which reflects that no penalties were assessed or collected in fiscal year 2024, but $175 of restitution was handled during that time. And this too is consistent not only with a high degree of compliance, but a high degree of customer service. People are getting their money's worth. If they've been shorted out of funds, they get them back. Jumping ahead to the middle of page 3 is the top DES alleged violations at opening section, which is the basis for the case being open to begin with. And the reasons are listed in the report. Allegations of curriculum violation increased from 5 in fiscal year 2023 to 19 in fiscal year 2024, which is traceable to the statement of assurance requirements. At the April 25th, 2024 meeting, committee member Elizabeth Madden asked the extent to which these cases are connected with the program of instruction. I reviewed all of them and determined that none had any POI involvement. They were all failure to submit statements of assurance and did not involve specific curricular deficiencies, identifying POI involvement as a factor. Overall, the report indicates that the goal of compliance is being achieved. That concludes the enforcement staff report. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Stuart. That's a good report, actually. Members, any questions from anyone? Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Now I call on Compliance Manager Lance Caroland.
Good morning, board members. At this time, field inspections is not working on any projects nor have any current updates. As you'll see right here is the end of our fiscal year numbers. If I'm here to answer any questions, if y'all have any.
Any questions for Lance, members? That was short and sweet. Thank you, Lance.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, now I'd like to go to Deputy Executive Director Brandy Myers.
Good morning, board members and presiding officer. My name is Brandy Myers. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Administrative Services. And today I get the honor of telling you that our executive office is staffed. We have hired our new Deputy Executive Director over our regulatory services, so our enforcement area. Her name is Miss Susanna Holt-Cutrone, and she came to us from the Texas Workforce Commission, where she was the Deputy General Counsel, where she oversaw litigation and employment law issues. And prior to that, she served as the Director of Human Resources Management, providing leadership over HR, training, and development functions at TWC. She just started with us on October 1st, so you are the first board to know about her arrival. We are happy to have her, and that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brandy. Could you tell me what her background is and where she came from, I guess?
Yes, sir. So she came from the Texas Workforce Commission. She was the Deputy General Counsel over there, and she has overseen litigation and employment law issues prior to that. So she is an attorney, and she will be overseeing the regulatory services here at TDLR, and that includes our enforcement division, our field inspections division, and our compliance division.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from anyone else? No questions? Then let's move on to general Council, Mark Gladney.
Good morning, presiding officer and board members. For the record, my name is Mark Gladney, Assistant General Counsel for the DES program. And I'm here to present agenda item G, which is the rulemaking. And I'm not going to go through, all the different sections with regard to it, but the rulemaking for Texas Administrative Code Chapter 84, selected sections in subsections A, C through E, G, M, and N. We'll get started with that. The proposed rules that you're going to be reviewing today, and hopefully we get your recommendation. They implement House Bill 1560, Article 5 from the legislative session in 2021. And they also implement Texas Education Code Chapter 1001, Driver and Traffic Safety Education. Now, these proposed rules that we're going to be going through today are necessary to complete the department's administrative rule making effort for the implementation of HB 1560, which addresses rule amendments related to driver training curriculum, driver education certificate prerequisites and enforcement, and implementing the recommendations of the DES curriculum work group that we worked with. This second phase will impact issues such as driver education, as I said, the course curriculum, the classroom and behind the wheel instruction hours, and course creation by the providers. Provider administration of driver education certificates after course audits, and authorizing the commission to change minimum hours for driver education course instruction. During this rulemaking, staff met with the curriculum work group on 3 occasions in the second phase of rulemaking to address these proposed changes. And I'm going to get these rules up for you and share some screen. And after we finish each section, if you have some questions, we'll do our best to answer the questions, either myself or, if I get stumped on something, I'll ask staff to step in. So I'm going to try to share some screen with you here, if my computer's working right. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to push the share button. Okay. Okay, can y'all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, now, what we're going to do is basically what I've done before in the past for y'all that are kind of familiar with the way I go about doing things when I'm presenting rules. Now, we'll go basically subchapter by subchapter, section by section, and I'm just going to ask you if there are any questions, comments, or potential edits related to these sections. So we're basically going to start with 84.2 definitions. And as you can see, we started making some changes to accommodate the House bill that I mentioned, 1560. So as you can see, we've added a definition for behind the wheel instruction, in this section. And we've also added a definition in here for in-car instruction, registered agent, supervised practice, and I believe those are the changes that we've made in the definitions. Are there any questions, edits, or comments related to this particular section?
Members, any questions?
Yes, Matthew White here. Just a general question, Mark. Working from the republication, were all the changes that were made represented by strike through and underlines, or was there anything that was implemented by replacement?
Well, there was repeal and replace, and we'll be getting to some of the more major things that were replaced. But if you see a underlined section, that's generally going to be something that we replaced. So As you see on your screen, behind the wheel instruction, well, that wasn't there before. That's something new that staff in the work group got together, and in our interpretation of HB 1560, we added that along with a couple of other things.
Sure. I would really appreciate if you could point out where replacements were made without strike-through representation
Okay.
as we go along through this.
Okay, great. Well, then, as you can see, 84.2A3, that's brand new. And in-car instruction, again, brand new. And registered agent and supervised practice is also brand new. So, and the rest are just basically like renumbering because we added in these particular sections. So, are there any questions in particular related to the brand new content that is in this particular section 84.2?
Mark, Carlos Reyna here. Just clarify for me that what are the double underlined in red, or is that something that's been replaced or new? Or see, I see it right up there. I see double and I see double underlined.
Yeah, if you see anything in red, that's going to be anything that was replaced post publication. And to my knowledge, we haven't done anything like that yet.
Okay.
Yet.
Yeah, I know y'all. I know that sometimes you come up with some ideas that maybe staff hasn't thought of, and if we do, then we will be adding that language in here, and of course it would be indicated with a double underline if it's new language, or a double strike through if we're getting rid of language post publication of the rules.
Yes, I do have a question, Mark. This is Nina Saint.
Sure.
Number 10, in-car instruction. Do we have any schools out or providers, driver education providers out there using simulators?
Shanice, if you're on the line, do you have any statistics related to that?
Hi, yes, this is Shan. We no longer track that information, so I can't give you statistics on that.
Matthew White here. I can tell you positively that we do have quite a few out there using simulators. One in my backyard, actually, here in Schertz. So they are out there still being used.
Yes, yeah, I know, though. I usually know the answer to my question. Here in in-car instruction, simulators are part of that. Do we need to include that in in-car instruction since it's happening? It's in-car observation instruction behind the wheel or substitution?
I believe, Nina, we have some language later on down in this package that talks about simulator instruction. Maybe once we get down into that area, we might be able to discuss it when we get down there. Let me see if I can find it right away here, because we may be able to.
You're correct, Mark. We do have a section talks about substitution, and it's substitution for observation and behind the wheel instruction.
Okay. And let's see. I'll tell you what. Why don't we wait till we get down to that section, and we can probably look at it then.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay. All righty. Okay, since I'm not hearing any questions or comments or possible edits on 84.2, I'm going to move on. Okay. 84.3, we made some minor changes here, just basically updating the POIs and the COIs, which is also a part of your packet, so you've been able to see any underlines or strike throughs that we've done related to those program guides. the 3 that are remaining. So, you know, and we can talk about that if the board wants to talk about some of the changes that we've made there. I was thinking that we might want to wait until we finish the rules and then go into the POIs and the COI and take a look at that. But the main change we made here was just the update, the addition from May 2022 to December 2024. Any questions, comments, or edits? Okay, hearing none, moving on. Subchapter C, 84.80. We didn't really make too many changes in here. You know, they were probably more grammatical in nature, and you know, part of this was was some cleanup from things that we discovered in previous rulemakings. But we did remove a requirement here with regard to the renewal for a driver education provider license, and we just deleted the portion related to having to provide a complete list of motor vehicles that were available to the provider for instruction. We don't track that anymore, so it just didn't seem to be really needed. Yeah. So that's probably the biggest change that we made there. Clean up here and notification of anticipated closure. We just changed it from business to working days for consistency, because we have been using the term working pretty much throughout the entire rule chapter. So that was just kind of a cleanup effort. And that's all the changes that we made in that particular section. Any questions or comments or edits?
Matthew White here. I am curious to know if any other committee members see value in maintaining a vehicle list at the driving school. Doesn't necessarily need to be reported, in application process or so, but because I do have an understanding, to my knowledge, of why that rule existed in the first place. Is there anyone else who might be able to add to that?
Clarify a little more on that, would you, Matt? I'm not quite understanding what you're.
Sure. So to my knowledge, that rule was created in the first place so that when inspections are done, they could verify that all the vehicles that were actually being used were properly equipped with side brake, with passenger side brake and mirrors and such.
If I remember correctly, it used to be, yes, we did submit it. We'd submit the reports we had. One time had to submit if we'd updated the registration, all these other kind of things. And with having been inspected here just about 6 weeks ago, the inspector did come in and want to see and look at the cars that we had present that we were using. But they didn't seem to have a list. They just wanted to see the cars that were there. And they went through the car and made sure everything was correct and safe and so forth. And they approved the cars. But it didn't go by the list because the list isn't being asked for anymore.
Sure. Oh, go ahead.
I might also want to add that we addressed that, I believe, in a previous rulemaking. That was in 84.42 on the motor vehicles, and the requirement that they be properly registered and inspected, and that they be equipped with the dual control brake pedals and an extra inside rear view mirror. So I think what you're talking about, Board Member White, is something that we dealt with in a previous rulemaking. And 84.42 is not a part of this particular rulemaking. So I don't know. I hope that answers your question, but I think we addressed your concerns in the previous rulemaking.
Okay. Yeah. If inspection doesn't find utility in it anymore, then I understand that.
Yeah, as I said, this was mainly that we weren't actually, E&E is not maintaining that list of vehicles. But yeah, inspections, they come out there, they're going to be looking for the things that are listed in 84.42. Okay, great. Any other questions on that section before we move on? Okay, moving on to driver education certificates. In this particular section, we basically kind of tried to make it a little bit simpler, to providers that you can submit an online requests for certificates or certificate numbers. You know, that seemed to be something that was what the providers kind of wanted more so than anything else, to do this stuff online instead of doing it kind of the old-fashioned way. That in that section, oh, this right here down here is an important change that we made. The department's right to suspend a provider's right to receive driver education certificates, and they're subject to an immediate suspension if the provider fails to provide information on records requested by the department or fails post-audit to update curriculum based on changes in department rules or applicable law. So that was a change that the work group wanted to see in there. So it's just basically important for the providers to basically comply. When we do an audit and we find a problem, we expect the providers to comply with the findings of that audit as quickly as possible, or certainly within the time period that enforcement has set for you to comply with that audit. You know, so that's a major change that we made in that section. Are there any questions or comments related to this section?
Carlos Reyna here. So then what you are saying is that the provider will get the opportunity to make corrections before the immediate cessation of selling certificates or certificate numbers. Correct?
Yeah. If an audit, if you're requested to do an audit, you're going to be given a certain amount of time to comply with the information that's being requested. Stuart, if you want to step in on any of this stuff, or somebody from E&E to provide a little bit extra flavor, but generally speaking, yeah, you'll be given an opportunity to take care of business. If you don't, then yeah, you could have a problem.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments or edits related to this section? Okay, hearing none, moving on. Okay. Driver 8444, driver education instructor license. And in this particular section, as you can see, not very many changes at all. We just basically removed the word successfully at the bottom because it simply read better. So that's the only change that we made in that section. Any questions, comments, or edits in that section? Okay, hearing none, moving on. Penance and makeup. Again, very few changes here. Just basically word cleanup, using providers as opposed to schools, and then just changing here in D, amendments to the timelines on the student enrollment contract can be made at the discretion of the provider and have to be agreed to by parent or guardian. Any questions, comments there? Okay, moving on to the parent taught section. Okay, 84.50. Okay, we added some language in here regarding the minimum number of hours for behind the wheel instruction and supervised practice. Okay, Carlos, I believe this was a suggestion from you.
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So as you can see, you know, these are the hours that we put in there.
That's correct. I just wanted to clarify what was actually behind the wheel instruction, what supervised practice, because the words were being interchanged and that caused some confusion. Okay, so I think this just clarifies it for everyone to understand what a parent or course must consist of.
So this is all new language, everyone, as you can see. And beneath it, we removed what was currently there. So better clarification of old subsection K. Any questions or comments on this particular section?
Matthew White, just a general question about parent taught. Under these rules, is there anything that prevents an in-person driving school from accepting transfer students from a parent taught course? In other words, they complete the classroom phase in parent taught and then would complete, in-car lessons in person as a transfer?
I didn't. I don't believe so. I don't think there's any obstructions to that. E&E, do you have any comments on that?
Hi, this is Shanna State. No, there's nothing in there that prevents that. You can transfer. And there is a policy as well that's out there if you need that, Matthew.
Yeah, this is Carlos Reyna again. Matthew, that was a good question because this last week I received a call from my parent provider who had a client call upset because they wanted to transfer the behind the wheel to a traditional school, and they were told that they couldn't accept any transfers from parent taught programs, period. They wasn't being allowed. And I don't know where they got that information because I don't know of any either. Okay, but I think it's only limited to the classroom hours. Can't be the first designated hours, can be, but not the remainder of the classroom. But the behind the wheel, I mean, that should be able to be transferred over. But they were told emphatically that no, it wasn't allowed. They weren't allowed to accept parent taught transfers. And I just didn't know if that provider should report this to anyone because he has the name of the school. It's a traditional school making that comment.
Yeah, well, a lot of in-person schools traditionally just have that as an internal policy because they just prefer that the classroom be rendered by themselves as well. And then of course, I think there was some confusion about the partial credit not being able to be transferred, which I believe is still the case, right? We can't transfer partial credit, correct?
The classroom part and actually the behind the wheel part too, should they do any parent taught behind the wheel. Yeah,
right.
Only the first 6 designated hours, but I questioned the provider. Are you sure they said that no credit can be? And they said no. Just that the school owner they were talking to, or whoever the representative was saying that no, our schools, not just ours, but driving schools can't accept credit from somebody else. And that's why I just thought, no, there's someone just confused out there, I think, and giving out the wrong information. But of course, that didn't help this provider at the time because the parent was kind of upset because they took a parent taught course and now they can't get behind the wheel from a school because that's what they wanted. They wanted professional training, say. So either way, that's just an incident that occurred.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Carlos.
This is 98. Mark, when are we gonna address the submitted recommendations from the register comments?
Oh, well, we're getting to those.
Okay. I didn't know if there was something in this section that was submitted. I can't remember right offhand. Okay.
Yeah, we're about to get to that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a short story, but you read my mind. Okay. If we don't have any other questions on 8450, then we can move to 51. Okay. Okay. Starting here, yes, we did receive some comments. Okay. So yeah, globally, we received 16 written comments after the rule was published, endorsed by approximately 35 interested persons. And within those total comments, and again, we will get to this a little bit later on, in the presentation, but and specifically talk about it. But 7 specific comments were against lowering the driver education hours from 32 to 24, and we received 4 written comments filed in favor. Although one of the comments that we received in favor of reducing the driver education hours had 20 individuals who were signed on in support of reducing those hours. Again, we'll get to that when we get to 84,500 and we start talking about that if we don't get to it a little bit earlier. And we had one question that just simply asked questions about the rulemaking process and another comment that, just asking when the rules were going to be effective. So I wanted to just kind of give you a global thing right now related to the comments. But 84.51, we did receive a comment with regard to this particular section, starting in A. The comment we received was that there was an error in the number of minutes noted. They believe that we should have gone to 720 minutes, where it says no more than 640 minutes of the required hours of classroom instruction delivered by multimedia. The commenter said that that was more consistent with the way we were dealing with AMI. I kind of agree. I'd like to find out what you all think about it. So, do you think it should go from 640 to 720?
This is Carlos Reyna. I read that comment that came in, and they're actually correct. For the courses to be equal, the minutes should be equal with regards to multimedia and so forth. So I would agree that making it what it is for AMI and the other course, it should be the same. There shouldn't be a difference.
This is nice saying it. I agree also. For consistency, yes.
Yeah, we just honestly, we missed it. And that's the honest truth. We missed it, but there's just so much to go over that yes, it's going to happen.
Okay. Well, then I will add in 720 there. And since it's a post publication change, this is where we are going to get the double strike throughs and underlines. Here we go. Okay. So that change was suggested. A second change by the same commenter was in subsection B, and they proposed to basically remove some of the language in the second line. Basically, they wanted it to read, any substantive change in course curriculum or materials must be consistent with applicable law, department rules, and the POIDE.
Mark, I hate to interrupt you, but you tend to fade away just a little bit. I've got my volume up as far as I can get it, and I tend to not hear everything you quite stated.
Okay. The change in subsection B suggested by the commenter was in the second sentence there, where it says their change is any substantive change in course curriculum or materials must be consistent with the applicable law, department rules, and the POIDE. So what they would be doing is removing the portion where it says will require submission for approval according to subsection A.
Correct. I think that had to do with it wasn't being required with other courses, but it was being required with this. So it should be, again, equal.
The commenter was comparing it to what we're doing with AMI.
Okay.
Any questions, comments, or your opinion on that potential change?
This is nice saying I would agree to it should be consistent with the AMI language.
Okay. And let me see here.
Whether they're virtual, online, or paper copy. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Then we will do the same here. some additional language. Okay. Okay. Those were basically the two changes that had been suggested by that particular commenter. And again, this is a new section. We repealed old 8451, and because we made a number of changes in this section, and basically the changes that we made involved a lot of reorganization. So if you compare it to the old 84.51, what we did was we took old subsection E. We removed the original old subsection E through G, and then we took basically what was the existing H in that section, and we combined it with the new section that you see here under course identification in E. We combined that old language in there, and then we took we created a new F and combined the existing I together. So we basically just kind of compressed it and made it a little bit shorter, without necessarily taking out anything substantive. We just removed some repetitive language that was in there. So that, since we made so many changes within there, we did some reorganization. It was cleaner to just repeal it and then replace it. And you'll see we've done that a lot in this rulemaking. It makes it easier for y'all to read. So are there any questions or comments or possible edits based on what it was we did?
Yeah, Carlos, right here, that statement you just made about redoing it completely, you did the changes in other places to make it easier to read. Once we get the finished copy without all the underlining and so forth, people will see that it's a lot easier to follow and find what you need and so forth with the structure you've added to it. So for that, thank you.
And as you can see, this is old 8451 right below it. Yeah. So as you can see, that was a little bit larger section. Yeah. So yeah, again, we just want to condense and make it a lot easier for y'all to get through it. Yeah. And you're going to find throughout this rulemaking, that's a lot of what we've done in here. So it really looks like we've done a whole host of changes in here, but a lot of this is just, again, going through these rules and distilling what is important and what is repetitive. And we tried our very hardest, the work group and staff, we tried very hard to really bring the size of these rules down, both in the program guides and in the rule chapter. Because if you'll remember, when we first got this this program, way back around 2015 or so, the amount of rules that we had, the pages, I think it was somewhere around 160 pages. It was easily the largest rule chapter we had for any program here. And over the years, some of you folks who have been on this board for a long time, that we've worked mightily to bring down the size of this rule chapter and simplify things for y'all, and to make it a lot easier for providers to have the freedom to do what they need to do to maximize the educational value that y'all are giving to your students. So we're continuing that, and we're going to keep on continuing.
I have a question. This is Gayatri. I'm sorry. in E, you have course identification and a period, and then I think the rest of it describes course identification. Is there any reason why we have that there?
Okay, you broke up a little bit. What was that?
In point number E, you have course identification and a period. And then I guess the rest of that describes course identification. Is there any reason why only E has course identification and a period? I mean, that format?
If you'll notice up in B, there's a period after requesting entity. It's just a method that we use in rulemaking. You know, for certain things that represent kind of like a title or a subtitle within the section. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, this is Nina Saint. On C, the same submitter is questioning C also. Did we have a discussion about that?
We can right now, since we're here.
Because it talks about approved courses, and the courses aren't being approved, they're being audited.
So are you suggesting that we remove the word approved?
Well, it says in their letter that other sections have changed that language.
And I see.
Carlos, right here, I think what you're referring to, Nina, is that in other sections, there is no requirement for a 30-day notice.
And I think that's what the submitter is saying. Yes.
Correct, I think so.
So they're asking for C to be removed is what they're asking for.
Yeah, they are asking for C to be removed. Any opinion from staff on this particular request from the commenter?
Hi, this is Shanasty. Yes, I agree with the comment. The request, written request is no longer required, as we are not requiring the industry to send in their curriculum anyway for the initial application. The curriculum is audited on the back end. So the provider can update the curriculum. They do not need to ask our permission to update it.
Okay, so it does appear that we may not necessarily need that section if it's being interpreted that way. Shan.
Correct.
Okay, we can remove that. We'll re-letter the subsequent sections. Okay. And
hey, Mark,
yeah.
just really quick. So on letter C, part of that, it says a written request is required within 30 days if any change relating to the approved course, including contact information and company name. Do we have a section specifically for driver training providers being required to update their contact information? I just want to make sure that if we do delete this whole section, that then the provider doesn't think, oh, well, I don't have to notify TDLR anymore if my contact information has changed, right? Mailing address, phone number, email address, or my company name. So that part is important. What I'm speaking about is just the approval of changing course material.
I do believe we have a section in here, if they want to make a change to the course, they need to certainly let us know and provide that change in material. I'm just wondering whether or not the commenter, if this is being read that way.
Well, it's Mark, this is Carlos. I think what the problem is that we're having two things talked about in the same sentence. We're talking about content, and then we're talking about contact information, company name, and so forth. I think there should be some language requiring any change to that, but I don't know if you can slice and dice it here, or if there's someplace else where contact information, company name, and so forth is addressed and required that they submit it.
Right.
I'm wondering if we address that in a general section in here, because if we have, then maybe we can remove it. Otherwise, it could be a problem, at least initially, to remove it right now. And I'm not entirely sure that it's certainly not part of this rulemaking. I'm looking to see in our existing rules as to whether or not there's something in there with regard to a change. Is there, does the board have any alternative language they'd like to put in there? Because now I'm beginning to wonder whether or not we should amend that or leave it as is and possibly address it in a future rulemaking if it turns out to be a problem.
Mark, Carlos Reyna here. I think personally, I think that the contact information and so forth, that sentence can be adjusted just to remove the part about content. Okay, but I think that should have actually been with provider responsibilities or requirements. That's where that request should be about changes to contact information and so forth.
Yeah. And I'm looking at, this is Janice again, I'm looking at 8441 because they are a driver education provider now. Driver education provider responsibilities. It does say each driver education provider must maintain a current mailing address, telephone number, email address on file. It doesn't just say, it lists it out like that. It doesn't say contact information or business name.
Then should that information be taken over to that, plugged in there, and then this could be officially deleted?
It should. Because we don't want it in two sections if 8441 applies to the parent talk provider. And the parent talk provider now is a driver education provider. They're just an endorsement to that license type.
Well, that does currently exist. It just wasn't a part of this rulemaking, but I guess we could make that change. I just want to be certain on that one.
Mark, if you'd like, when we take a short break here in a little bit, we can allow a little time for you to look at that and see if you can come up with a way to do it, so we can finish up with at least this section or something before we do take a break.
Okay. For now, let's just kind of leave it tentatively deleted because Shan is right. The parent talk is a DEP now, so and it does say current mailing address, telephone number, and email address. Company name. If memory serves me, we have a current rule dealing with changes related to, well, that's a change in ownership. And it doesn't mention company name. What about course titles? Is it important for us to be aware of that?
No.
Shan?
Hi, this is Shan. No, we do not need to be made aware that course titles are changing. That's part of the curriculum.
Mm-hmm. It sounds to me that maybe what we need to do, the next rulemaking comes rolling around, is 8441. Maybe we need to do is add in company name under A1, so they have to maintain, a current company name, mailing address, telephone number, etc.
Mark, this is Nina Saint. Would that be provider name instead of
Well,
company?
yeah, provider name.
Okay.
I'm almost wondering whether or not we could just simply keep C, but just get rid of contact name, course titles, and change that to provider name. What do you think? Thoughts on that?
I do, this is Carl Frayne, I do think it has to be addressed. I just don't know that we can resolve it right now easily and not make a mistake. And we don't need to make any more.
Right. This is Nina Saint. Do we have that statement for the other providers? That within 30 days, they have to notify any changes related to contact information, provider name?
This Nina, no, there is, I don't remember it in any other section for other providers.
Matthew White here. Is the intention of this rule to serve potential legal action? If there's a violation?
84.41 would take care of that, since they have to maintain a current mailing address, email address, telephone number, that. I think as long as enforcement has got, that information, they would be able to serve any kind of NOV that they needed to. Enforcement, pipe up if you need to.
Sure. Well, then I would propose entity name rather than company or provider.
This is not
Matt,
saying
Matt, that's a good suggestion, except what we're thinking about is that that requirement isn't there for other providers of different types of courses, so it shouldn't be there for that.
Sure, but it sounds like there's going to be corrections made to that in the appropriate place. And so when that happens, I would propose entity name.
Yeah, okay, good idea. Thank you.
What's your definition of an entity?
Well, to my knowledge, it has a more precise legal definition than business or company, because a business can be a DBA, but a DBA is not an entity. So that's one example.
Well, also the way I'm looking at C, it's saying a written request required within 30 days if there's a change related to an approved course. And I'm right now, I'm just not looking at the contact information, company name, and course titles. Of course, we're going to want to know if there's any change related to an approved course. So why wouldn't we just say a written notice is required within 30 days if there's any change relating to an approved course? I'm assuming that if they're making some change to their course, we're obviously going to want to know that. Is that not correct, Shan?
No, that's not correct any longer. When House Bill 1560 made the changes to a provider, we are no longer requiring the industry to submit their curriculum to the team for us to review and approve the curriculum before the license can be approved.
Yeah, we're not approving anymore, Shan, but
right.
would we not want to know if a provider was making a change to their course material?
We would if we were looking at what was already approved. Now they are saying they are attesting my curriculum will meet the POI, it will meet the laws and rules, and that's it. We're not physically looking at something, and because we're not looking at something, I can't tell you, okay, I can't tell you, well, the course title is X, Y, and Z, and then they say, well, I'm changing X, Y, and Z to 1, 2, and 3. It doesn't make sense to request something that we're not being made aware of to begin with.
But wouldn't we be doing back audits selectively on providers?
That is correct. So the POI, the providers, when they are writing their courses and teaching the curriculum, they have to comply with the topics and the minimum time requirements in the POI. So we already know what they are required to be teaching. When we audit them in the back office, there are specific items that our auditor asks for. Hey, for an example, all right, you're supposed to be teaching Senate Bill 30. This bill just passed. Let me see your curriculum so that I can verify that you are teaching that. And at that time, the provider will submit their curriculum to the auditor.
Mm-hmm. But if they're making a change to some substance within their course, if we did an audit on the back end, how would we necessarily know that they made that change if we didn't ask for some kind of notice of it? Just for auditing purposes. Yeah, because I don't think that we want to necessarily say, blanketly that, we may not be pre-approving courses, but we are checking on them, through the audit process.
Matthew White here. So during an audit process, won't the inspector look through all of the course materials present at the time of the audit?
E&E, are you doing the audits or is enforcement on it?
And the reason I ask that question is because if they are looking through all the course materials during each audit, then all that matters is that what's being presented at the time complies with the statement of assurance. So a notice of a change of information seems just unnecessary, as long as everything is still in compliance with the basic minimum.
Well, the statement of assurance, is there to, basically, require the provider to make sure they're making, they've created the course in accordance with the law and the rules, and they've also made any updates related to changes in law and rule. But so
Mark, let me jump in here because we keep relying on the statement of assurance, and I think that's where Shan's point is. You may sign a statement of assurance, that's very well and dandy, but the auditor is going to assure that you are fulfilling it during execution. You can tell us whatever you want for the face value of it. It doesn't mean a thing until we audit you to see if you're actually doing it. That's the purpose of the audit. We're following through. Our team is following through to make sure the provider is executing the way he or she is supposed to be executing, not just on paper, because everybody can be on paper. And I think that's where we went away. If you recall, the program came over, we were actually doing auditor up front, basically saying, you need to show me X, Y, and Z and send me all of your paperwork. And we found that to be overkill. We're basically saying, you guys just need to run your business and conduct your courses, and we'll come in the back end and find out if you're doing it, if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So we've reversed this instead of trying to do something up front, which is not going to serve any value, because again, they can tell us anything they want, and it's not just DES. There's a lot of other programs as well, right? They're going to say, well, yeah, I'm doing what what I'm supposed to be doing. Thank you. But it doesn't mean anything, right? Until we find out during execution. That's the purpose of the audit, and that's kind of what we're doing, as we call it, in the back end of the office, to make sure that they're following through.
Okay. Well, we're spending a lot of time on this particular subsection. I'm almost kind of wondering whether or not maybe we just do remove this for now, subsection C, and we may have to come back and put some extra language in 84.41 to consistently cover all DEPs. So we don't spend a whole bunch of time on this particular section. Thoughts?
Mark, this is Carl Schreiner. I agree with that. I think we need to move forward with it and leave it like you just left it right there.
Okay. Well then, let's kind of do that. I'll re-letter the subsequent sections, but this may be something that we're gonna come back to in a future rulemaking, 84.41. But the commenter does have a point.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments related to this section? Okay. Moving on to 84.52. Again, this is a repeal and replace type of situation. And again, this was just simply done for a bit more clarity and organization on this particular section. So as you can see, this is the repealed 84.52 version, and we wanted to shorten it up a bit and just clarify. Yeah. So and then we added a provision in there, I think, related to 1001.204A 43A. That wasn't in there before. Any questions or comments related to this section? Okay, hearing none. Carlos, do you want to take a break, a 10-minute break now, or do you want to take it a little later on?
Yes, sure. Let's go ahead and do that. Right now, I believe it is 11:26. Why don't we get back together at about 20 minutes till 12. So let's take a break at this point.
Okay.
Mark, if you'd like to take up where you left off, please.
All right. Can everybody see this, the rules?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Good news is we're in subchapter E. Very few changes made here, so we should be able to buzz through this pretty quickly. Oh, hopefully. Okay, 8460. We made pretty much only one change down here at the bottom in H. Changed business to working. Otherwise, everything stayed the same. Any questions? Okay, moving on. 63, same thing. Very few changes. I think we only changed one word again. Working is now there instead of business. Okay. And now we're moving to subchapter G.
Excuse me, Mark.
Sure.
This is not a saint. So what is the definition of working?
A working day would be a day in which the agency is actually basically in operation.
So it's the agency that's in operation.
Yeah. Because we might have a day in which the agency may have a holiday that other entities would not necessarily see that as a day.
Right. And I mean, because like this is talking about driving safety, they may work Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
So their 15 working days are 15 Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
So to the department, so it's the department's 15 working days, as long as that's understood.
Yeah, I think that's the way we were looking at it. Is
Okay.
we're gonna your working days are going to be different than our working days. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we're going to calculate probably more than likely from our working days, not necessarily yours, because we don't work on Saturdays. Okay. All righty. Moving on. 8480. Again, only one change here. There was a typo right here in the second sentence or second line, where it used to say licensed driver training provide. Meant to say provider. And so that was the change that was made there. Okay. Any questions on this particular section? Okay, hearing none. Moving on. Okay, this is going to be probably the one we're doing a lot of talking on. Okay, so
Mark, this is not a saint again. Any sections that are subsections that are not in these rules, are we addressing any of those on submitted comments?
No. I noticed that there was a comment on 8482. 8482 was not opened in this rulemaking, so that commenter was commenting about a rule that was outside the scope of this rulemaking.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're at 84.500. This is a repeal and replace section. In fact, you're going to pretty much find all the sections in 84 in subchapter M where repeals and replace, because we did some reorganization. And the big thing here is you'll notice that 84 we added 2 additional sections for the adult in-person courses and the adult online courses. And I don't know, this was certainly a bugaboo for me. It may have been for staff. I don't know if it may have been for y'all. But in the old 84-500, which was pretty voluminous, it had the adult 6-hour in-person and online sections burrowed in there and made it very, very difficult to find it. And I don't know how many times I've looked at 84,500, and to this day, on the current one, I still have trouble finding the section that deals with adult 6 hours. And personally, it was driving me crazy. I don't know how y'all were feeling about it, but it was very, very difficult to find those sections, and it just made more sense to break them out. Hopefully, we did it. The work group did it in a way that y'all are satisfied with, but we think that it makes for a lot easier reading, better organization, and because we create these 2 new sections, we basically had to repeal and replace everything. And you're going to find that in some of the subsequent sections, we really didn't make any changes other than just, move them into a different section number, because we added in those two new sections, and we had to do it that way according to Texas Register rules. So that's why you're kind of seeing all the underlines, because we just had to reorganize, and Texas Register required us to do it this way. So having said all that, I guess we're just going to start diving into 84,500. And as far as some of the changes that we made here, I would say the first changes that we did, we added in subsection A, we added in the educational objections section the information related to the Texas Driving with Disabilities program, which was SB 2304. We added that language in there, so that's the major change that was made in there. Okay, and then just moving on, and this is where we're going to have a lot of discussion. In the teen driver education course, we made the change here from 32 hours, a minimum of 32 hours of classroom instruction, and brought it down to 24 hours of classroom instruction. This was pursuant to the 2020 Sunset Report, where the Sunset Commission had recommended that the TDLR modify, or at least look into modifying the in classroom instruction hours. So that was our charge, and then of course in HB 1560 they added a provision in there that allowed the agency to set classroom instruction hour minimums. So having said that, we can get into discussions about it. I know there's a number of comments both for and against this. So if y'all want to give your opinions on it, now's the time.
Matthew White here. So I would like to know, who might be leaning towards 24 versus 32 or another number.
By that you mean what?
Generally from the committee. So
the
kind
committee?
of, yeah, generally.
Okay. Angelica, can we do that?
Pardon?
I was asking Angelica if I guess.
I guess he's asking if I told
Bravo.
the committee on who's good with 24 and who's good with 32.
Okay.
Is that okay, Mark?
And we might throw in 28 in there in case there are folks thinking of compromise.
The only thing that I'll say with regard to the compromise aspect, if we do something that's between 24 and 32, then there's going to be a little bit of a cascade effect, because it's going to change a lot of the minutes calculations that are in subsequent sections of this subchapter. So we'll have to do a little bit of math, but I'm just putting that out there. I'm not saying something that either way, but just letting you know that there would be subsequent changes elsewhere.
Hi, this James Hiller. I just the way I'm reading, because I read some of the negative comments too about lowering the hours, especially when a few things have been added that needed to go into the curriculum. But the way I read it, I mean, it says right there, it says a minimum of 24. So if some school or something still thinks that 30 is better for them or 32, it doesn't say that they can't keep doing 32, does it? Because it says a minimum of 24 hours. Am I reading that correctly? If they want to maintain it at 32, they could if the school wishes to do so.
This is Carlos Reyna. That is correct.
Yeah, and I don't want to start anything here, but there probably would be at least some component, an economic component, for some providers who would be wanting to go down to the minimum. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be, but again, too, I mean, part of a selling point usually, just from it mainly affected a lot of behind the wheel, not so much a classroom, but I would always tell parents and teens, more is better, even though they're only requiring, 14 hours. If you get 20, you're in better shape. But I just thought that the word minimum just means if they're not happy, the schools that said the negative letters weren't happy with it going down to 24, if they just maintain their 32 or 30 or whatever they prefer, as long as it's a minimum of 24 hours.
And this is Mark Gladney again. I mean, and some of the things that I've been hearing, is the idea that it went down from it's being proposed to go down to 24 hours is maintaining the attention span of a young teenager. Some teenagers, if it's 32 hours, you're losing, them, as far as instruction. You may be able to hold on to attention a little bit better if the classes are streamlined a little bit, and certainly the providers, y'all are going to have the flexibility to create your courses. Obviously you have to teach the state mandated issues, but y'all are going to be able to create your own courses in the way that you see fit, and from your experience as to how your students are reacting to the instruction that they're getting. Are they looking at their cell phones, or just phasing out, or whatever the case may be? It may be possible that the longer the longer the classroom number of hours, the less they're actually taking into their heads. I don't know. Again, just saying.
Yes, Mark, thank you. And this is Carlos Reyna. I understand that argument. I get it because it can be said that if we drop it to 24, then of course everyone will drop to 24. That is true. That could happen, but like you're pointing out, James, really you can make it where you want to make it. Okay, it's a matter of selling it. Now, will you sell it to the public? Will they accept it? That's really up to the individual. I mean, I can just speak from my experience of knowing the company that Ms. Nina Saint works for. Their company offers the minimum, but if you look at their website, and it's been there for years, they've got packages all the way up to cover everything. I'm talking the 32, the 7, the 14, plus the additional 30 of supervised practice, which turns out to be kind of a costly proposal for parents. But I've actually had a couple of parents, not a lot, but that said, no, I'd like for you all to do all of it, because it may cost me $2,000, $2,500, but one collision is going to cost me a lot more than that. Now, I have been in lots of rule committees, from TEA, even DPS, and now TDLNR, and I have seen personally where people have tried to really manipulate the rules to control the competition. And really, the rules shouldn't be for that purpose. The rules should be to give everybody the same advantage to do more hours, do less hours. It's up to you. Marketing really comes up to us. Okay. And what people may think that my 24 hours is less hours, it's really not, because my plans are to incorporate activities into my 24 hours to have students do at home with their parents, involve their parents in the car, so forth, that is going to equate to probably more than the 32 hours and hopefully more beneficial because now they're interacting with their parents. A big problem we have is parents don't get involved enough. But I could go on about all my plans and what I plan to do. When 1560 first got passed, there was quite a shock and a few things I did not like about that. Number one, no training for instructors. Oh my gosh, how can we not have any training? That's going to mean that they're just anybody's going to become an instructor. Yes, that is possible because of that. But any school owner worth their salt will, no matter who you hire, is not going to put somebody in the car without any training. You'd be a fool. If you've watched all the litigation commercials that are on TV, you're sticking your neck out if you do that, okay? So for that reason, I know that I won't do that. When we did have the requirements for training, the complaint I got from school owners was, why are so many hours required? Well, guess what? When they got rid of that, yes, they got rid of safety component, but it opened up freedom. For who? For every school owner here. You can now train them the way you see fit to train, not the way someone is telling you how to train, how it works for you, your company, how it works, your policies, your procedures, all that. You can work. I'm still doing 50 to 60 hours with a new person for simply behind the wheel, just behind the wheel. If you want to do classroom teaching, it's going to take an additional 4. I provide paid training for all of this, right? Why? I want the best. I want it done my way. I cannot control what the guy across the street does. I can't. And we're not ever going to regulate bad actors out of business. Okay? I've been trying to do that forever. Doesn't happen. Bad actors are bad actors. Just like parents who have the magic pencil and sign their 30 hours. What are you going to do? How are you going to know they did, they didn't, so forth? That's on them. I'll just give you a little example. Last week, one of our private cars got bumped from behind. Instructor does what he's required, gets our policy, get out, discuss exchange information and so forth. The young lady called mom real quick and she showed up on the scene. Please don't call the police. We don't want, let's take care of this on the side. I'll take care of whatever damage there was. Actually, there really was no damage. It was just a bump. There's a little smudge. I can live with that. Let's not deal with the insurance company and so forth. The problem was the little girl only had a learner's license. So she's driving out there with mom's approval to drive the car, not legally, but just because mom thinks it's okay. I can't control that. I can't control that. And who can unless they have a collision and the police gets involved and so forth. And this happens whether it's driving schools, parents, students. So all we can do is do the best we can do and put on the best program we can put on. I can assure you, my course is not going to be 24 hours because of the extra things I plan to incorporate and include and so forth. I think it's going to be better, but I have now the freedom to make it more what I want it to be rather than what everyone thinks it should be. And as far as the hours, I don't know if Nina, you can help me with this. There's a little history here. People think that the standard has been there forever. When did it originally start? Ms. Nina, can you help me with that?
Carlos, before you go to Nina, David's got his hand raised, and it's been up there for a little bit.
Yeah, Mark, this is David Bruce.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I didn't see it.
No. It's hard. There's so many screens up, but I think right. We can't control bad actors, and I was in the work group that discussed this at great length. By the way, this was not an easy decision. I personally don't have a lot of experience in the driver's education world other than my kiddos going through it. But I think the real question is, and we can leave it to the driver education specialists on this panel, if 24 hours, the minimum 24 hours, because that is the minimum, if that is sufficient to teach everything we need to teach the kiddos how to drive, then I think it's a good set of hours. If we think the minimum is something other than 24 hours, we should revisit it. because I do think a lot of schools are going to stick to the minimum. But that's probably fine as long as we think they can teach all the required material in those 24 hours, would be my comment.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for that.
Matthew White here. So there was a lot of things said there, which make it difficult to address everything there. It seems like a lot of the conversation is about controlling bad actors, and that is not really a concern that I have because, as you say, we don't have that control. My bigger concern is just for the future, since we don't have instructor training anymore. And as you say, it requires experience to know where you should fill in gaps or add to, right? So for all those that are just starting out, this is what they're going to look to as their baseline, where they start. And so if we give them something that is insufficient, as David said, then we're preventing them, we're not starting them off on a successful foot. We're starting them off in a sort of a confined space that they may or may not grow out of, depending on their experiences. So if you put a certain number of hours there, people will naturally fill that out. They will seek the information to fill it out. They'll diversify what they offer. They'll make it more more comprehensive, right? But at the same time, it helps people to instruct themselves through the process. That's the point. If we don't support their success, we're effectively making their success more difficult. And at the same time, we are facing a significant paradigm shift in the driving environment itself. The AI vehicles are introducing themselves now, right? So right now they're robo-taxis, and eventually they'll become a consumer product, but it's going to be a period of decades where that transitions. We're going to have to add more things to this curriculum, and we need the space, the workspace to do that. When you make this kind of change, this is an infrastructural change to the foundational business model of every driving school. And because this is a decrease in infrastructure, this will be easy for people to implement, but the reverse of it, pragmatically speaking, will not. It will be very difficult to ask people to add hours back. There will be a plethora of arguments against it, and they will probably win. And so every time that we have to add something to this curriculum, whether by mandate or by prudence, we need the space. We shouldn't shoot ourselves in the foot by eliminating our ability to accommodate the current and future needs of the driving environment as it changes. But do we have any comments on that?
Well, this is mine is saying, and Carlos asked me to give a little bit of history here. Driver education hours started with what they called a Carnegie unit. And it was 30 Carnegie units. And the reason it is that is how public schools issued school credit. You had to have a certain number of hours to be able to issue school credit to the student. Here in Texas, there is still a half credit elective course for driver education public schools can offer. I don't know anybody offers half state credit because it's a 56. They have to stretch the hours out to 56 to meet that standard. And that's why that number was in the rules for the public schools on that side. Now, again, they can do the 32 if they just give local credit. So basing a lot of things on how public school issued credit is how driver education gets its hours. Across the United States, we have some states don't even require driver education, so they have a 0 standard.
That is currently true. However, a decade or more ago, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration did require the 32-hour standard for all states.
No, they did not. There is no mandated standard by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. It's a recommended standard. It is not a mandated standard.
That's true.
It's not
But
32.
the 32 hours, it wasn't just a paring down necessarily. Like there's been decades of research, a lot of which has happened right here in Texas, and most of it at A&M. These curriculum standards didn't just come out of nowhere. They came out of lots and lots of research to determine what is necessary to the driving task to be successful as a driver, and therefore lower crash rates. So
Matthew, I'm sorry, but I'm at those tables in those rooms, and I'm sorry, that's not really sometimes how it happens.
I understand that.
We have some states that have 6 hours, some states have 8, some have 10, some have different for the private sector schools compared, like our providers, compared to public schools.
I understand that states have individualized things, but it's also true that Texas maintains one of the largest traffic safety problems in the nation. We are overrepresented statistically in collisions in general, but especially fatalities. I believe that, that more education is needed here than elsewhere.
How California and Florida do. California, Florida, and Texas are always, Ohio's usually number 4. Right. That hasn't changed in decades.
Yes, and this James here, yeah, because I still with AAA, I still deal a lot with California. California does 30 hours of classroom and 6 hours of behind the wheel, no observation time.
Correct.
And, you know, one of the driving environments that has the most successful driver education programs and that their collision rates are incredibly low is the UK. In the UK, there is an average of about 44 hours of instruction that goes on there. The vast majority of which actually occurs, well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. There's 44 hours of typical instruction in the car in addition to the classroom phase, which is tantamount to the 32 hours that we have here. They've been very successful at lowering their crash rates, almost, I mean, down to like 2% or less. It's amazing. And the way that they do that is through more education, not less.
And Matthew and I agree with you. The UK has higher standards, but also in the UK, their road test is at least an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
everything
I dealt with a guy. See, I dealt with a guy from the UK. I've worked with him for about a year, and same thing. They don't. I think their requirements weren't even a standard for driver's education. But as Nina's pointing out, their road test is extremely hard to pass, and it's like an hour-long road test.
Well, so I mean, it sounds like you're making an argument for increasing the length of the road test. I mean, I don't think that it's fair to say that we should teach less because our test is smaller. I think that it's what they learn.
I'm just saying why the standards are different in the UK. You got to look at the whole picture on some things before you understand that. But I think the 24 hours that everything we have and plus what's in the future can be taught in the 24. I don't know how many of y'all have sat in classrooms and observed other schools and how much dead time, sadly, that there's no interaction between the instructor. And again, we really can't control bad actors. But where do you draw the line between the good actors and allowing them flexibility and then trying to get the bad actors to do it right?
I understand.
To draw.
But again, this isn't about controlling bad actors. This is about giving the students, the appropriate learning opportunities. If they're, but I understand your argument. I understand that. You know, if there's dead time in the classroom, that's ultimately the responsibility of the instructor. The instructor is there to instruct and lead the class. So if there's dead time, it's because that instructor is not engaging the class at the time. And there is plenty of information out there to be engaging with the students all the time. And one of the points that's being made here is attention span. Attention is a very ephemeral thing to begin with. It's very in the moment, right? So the point there is what will affect attention span more than reducing 32 to 24 is increasing the daily number of hours from 2 to 4, which we allow, and I don't disagree with that. But if you keep them captured for 4 hours at a time, you will lose their attention at some point, and it will be harder to keep their attention. But when you think day to day across 24 hours versus 32 hours, I don't see how gaining attention span out of that is at all. I don't see how this solves that problem. But at the same time, I do think that the way that attention span is being looked at is maybe misunderstood. The students that we have today are, it's not necessarily that their attention span is less. There are plenty of students who are very dedicated to certain activities. They spend hours and hours and hours playing video games or playing sports or whatever, doing debate, extracurriculars and things like that. They are engaged in what they're interested in. They're engaged in what they find valuable at the time. So if we lose their attention in the classroom, regardless of the subject, one of the things that is going on in their minds is this value calculation that says, I have a smartphone in my pocket that I can literally look up anything at any time, anything I want. So do I need to absorb this information right now, or is this something that I can look up later? That's where I see a loss of attention for a lot of instructors. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, Matthew. Thank you. But I wanted to call on Rudy. He's had his hand up for a little while. Rudy, you had a comment?
Mr. Martinez muted.
I think you're muted, Rudy.
Can you hear me now? Okay, Rudy Martinez. I think there's a lot of arguments on both sides of where the pendulum is swinging here, but I would have to tend to stick with what Matthew is saying, in that if we keep diluting our program standards, we keep lowering them, we're driving our industry in a different direction. Maintaining a higher standard is what's going to keep Texas roads safer. And you're right. We can't police, the bad actors. They're going to be out there. They're going to come in, however, and that's in any industry. But I think changing these hours, reducing these hours, are going to have a negative impact. And to Matthew's point, if we have to change standards later on and have to add hours, there's going to be a lot of pushback on what we're trying to achieve. So I think maintaining the standard that we have now, after we've already diluted some of it, then I think we need to stand. And if it is too much in a few years from now, then reduce it at that point. But I think right now we need to stay where we're at.
Right. So Matthew, out here again, another thing that we're looking at here is we don't really know the full impacts on the driving environment from the massive rule changes and deregulations that have already occurred. If we add this on top of this right now, we can't easily discern which rules caused that effect. So I just don't think this is the appropriate time to be changing this particular rule, especially as we see, like I said, autonomous vehicles developing in the marketplace. We know that we're going to have to add materials that pertain to that. And actually, I hope to propose adding that as a topic into the curriculum today, because at least as an introductory topic to begin the conversation, because we are currently teaching students who are going to be interacting on the roadway with autonomous vehicles, whether they're robotaxis or a consumer product. And, we need to, our job is to address the needs of the human driver, which will be to have to cooperate with those other roadway users, that new type. And also, there are plenty of researchers out there that are projecting infrastructural changes to the driving environment itself in order to accommodate autonomous vehicles. A prominent example is one researcher talks about adding a white traffic light to the traffic light system that would control autonomous vehicles. In other words, when the white traffic light goes on, human drivers know that they're supposed to be stopped and allow autonomous drivers to proceed in what they do. And then when it goes back to red, yellow, green, or red, amber, green, then that's the human driver's opportunity to do what they need to do. And autonomous vehicles are stopped, essentially.
Matthew?
It's interesting, Matthew. I'm going to have to research that. Thank you.
One thing I want to clarify a minute ago, said out of the argument, I don't want this to be an argument. I'd like for it to be a discussion of what was going on. And I want to really commend the people that took the time to voice their opinions and send us their opinions, whether we're for or against, but at least they took the time to do it. And I appreciate that. And I think that one thing that consistently comes up is that to reduce collisions, because it reduces collisions and so forth. Well, the sad truth is the expectation that driver's ed itself will reduce teen crash rate is unrealistic. There are too
I
many.
very much disagree with you, sir. I very much disagree with you.
Well, that's
This
okay.
curriculum
We
becomes the driving environment.
Okay, we can
This
disagree. But there are no studies or data that determines that a student that has driver's education has a lower crash rate. Yes, I've been doing all kinds of research and study on this. This wasn't just easy done. With the comments that came in, the only one I took exception to was questioning whether we were trying to cut corners. Anyone that questions the integrity of Nina Saint, now I need to talk, because that's the last thing she's trying to do. What I'm trying to do is give us more freedom to come out with a better course. The National Traffic Safety Administration came up with a study, and they studied driver education courses throughout the country and even in other countries. And they could not come up with a single proof of data that driver's ed prevents collisions. So what does that mean?
I would have to ask you, Carlos, why is driver education legally required to achieve a driver's license in the first place?
Because the state can ask you to have education to get a driver's license.
No, it's because studies have proven that when driver education is mandated, the driving environment is a safer environment to be in.
Unfortunately, this data doesn't support that.
Yes, it does.
It does not. I will gladly send you the reports that I have.
And I'll gladly send you mine. But this should become a my word against your situation.
Okay. And what driver ed programs usually do is they provide good basic information to help people to pass the test. That's really the main thing driver education does, because the rest of the stuff is very nice to know information, but it really doesn't have a lot to do with collision prevention, unfortunately.
That's the entire reason we exist. That is the entire reason we exist. And because of that, because it is our purpose in the marketplace and in society, our industry value is tied to that. If we are looked at as being incapable of having a positive impact on the driving environment, we are going to be looked at as of a lesser value part to society. It will be more difficult for us to charge fair prices. It will be more difficult to get people to engage with professional services. Our value is tied to the driving environment, and this curriculum does shape that driving environment, because it shapes the new drivers that go out there.
I agree, but my point is that if data can't prove that they work, isn't it time we changed it? Isn't it time we tried something new, something different? That's what my hope is, to give us the freedom to do that. You can make your course 32 hours and structure it the way you see fit, that you think will get the best benefits. That's what I intend to do. And as far as being involved in education, I just started my 54th year. If I didn't believe in it, what am I still doing here 54 years later? Still doing the same thing. And I still plan to. But I plan to have folks to change my program, to try to make a difference by using different approaches, different formats, and so forth. They will get the same amount of training hours. They're just not going to realize they're getting it because it's going to be done as additional work to the classroom. Okay, but it'll cut down on trips to my school, which you may see doesn't really matter to the parents. It does matter. A 32-hour course requires 32 trips to a driving school. Okay,
16.
Picking them up. That shouldn't matter. But when you're stuck in congested traffic at rush hour, trying to get your kid to the class and so forth, ask that mom or dad if it matters. It does matter to them. Okay.
Of course it matters. Of course it matters.
So where are you,
Convenience
Carlos,
is
this is Rudy Martinez. So where are you putting the value, in the parent's time or in the student's education? That would be my question.
I'm trying to involve the parent, okay, in the education using what I plan to do with my driver ed course, because that's the problem. Many parents don't get enough support from us or any other sources to help them with their students by making them participate. I'm just going to show you just one little example that happened during COVID. And COVID had a big impact on how students act, react, the whole thing, from anxiety to learning issues, all kinds of things. Because of COVID, we could not do observation because we couldn't have two kids in the car. So I approached CDL, our legal staff, and talked with couple of the attorneys and proposed doing observation activities that they could do with their parents where they would feel safe and so forth. And because we couldn't have them with other kids, I was thinking outside the box. Lo and behold, I found out that these observation activities actually benefited them more because there became more communication between the parent and the student, and it benefited them, okay? Like I'm telling you, I'm planning on doing the core subjects that need to be done in class, but they're going to get a lot more than that on the afterburner, as I call it, okay? They're going to probably end up getting more hours of participation because of the activities I plan to use. The driving time is going to remain the same, but we welcome parents to come into the car and drive with us, okay? Drive along, listen to what we're doing. Let us help you with this. Let's partnership to do this. So I'm not trying to put it all on the parents. I'm just trying to involve them a little bit more. Because if you ask them,
Rudy Mark,
if you ask a parent, how can we improve our course? You know what their answer is? Make it shorter. That's what every one of them will tell me. Make it shorter. Okay, well, how about I make it where it's less trips here, but I don't make it shorter? I provide you with more education that you're going to get, more beneficial education if you use the format. And that's what I'm going to promote. That's what I'm going to market. And so far, it's worked very well for me.
so my question, Rudy Martinez, so my question would be, so you can't do it in 32 hours. You need lesser hours to do it. Is that it?
No, sir. I'm still doing it in the 24, and the topics are being covered. But some of the topics that we're currently covering in driver ed are nice to know topics, not need to know topics.
Can you give us examples of those topics, please? The nice to know topics.
The nice to know topics, all the facets of auto insurance.
How so? You don't believe that understanding what they're signing up for or paying for, or the services that they might want to engage, you don't believe that that's valuable to a driver in the future?
No, I think it is valuable to know what's required. But now,
then it's not just nice to know; it's intrinsic to the driving task.
Right, because I'm still going to cover the topics within my 24.
You may, but others may not.
Sir, everybody gets to make that decision. You get to make it. I get to make it.
And if they haven't had training, how can they make an informed decision regarding that?
Because you give them a project to go home and talk auto insurance with their mom and their dad. What do we have? What coverages do we have? Why do we have this? In other words, the policy that directly affecting them and involve the parents into the conversation.
Right.
Now,
but I'm speaking of the instructor's actions. So you're saying that what the instructor should do is bring that up as as a topic that they should take as homework, right? My point is, if an instructor is following these minimum guidelines, having never received training, and they are acting as a course provider, and that is not listed in these minimum requirements, then how does that person know that they really should address that without having to find out the hard way somehow?
well, you're saying that the instructor wasn't trained. Who didn't train him?
There are no more training requirements, Carlos, and there is a large number of licensures that have been issued without training.
My requirements. You have yours. I have mine. They will be trained. See,
in your school, yes, they will.
It's my
Yes,
responsibility.
but not necessarily in every school.
Sir, I can't control the others.
It's
You
not the
control
point.
yours. I control mine. I'm going to do mine.
Okay, Nina's had her hand up for a while. I'd like to hear what Nina has
Oh, I'm
to say.
sorry. Go ahead, Nina.
That I'm very patient. I don't have a problem waiting. First, I want to address risk reduction and reducing crashes from a driver education program. Sometimes we are an education program. Math is an education program. If a student takes math, they go to McDonald's, gives the incorrect change, and it has to come out of their pocket, did their math course fail them?
I'm not sure I can agree with that, Nina.
Thank you. If one of our students leads our course, our quality course that we put a lot of effort, a lot of time in developing, we know it's a good product, we have it out there, and they go have a crash, is that related back to their program, their driver education program?
Right.
Why? This is my point, is we sometimes in the driver's ed world set our standards way beyond our capabilities. There's infrastructure, there's other traffic, there's distractions. Everybody wanted distractions lead to cause of death. Well, actually, it's not. Alcohol is, but they want to go back. Well, didn't you teach that in driver? Yes, we did. But the person ultimately makes a choice and decision
You're
out
very
there
much
when
correct.
they're behind the wheel.
You are correct
If
about
we
that.
provided our education, we've met our state standards, we provided that person and they successfully passed our course. And I put the word successfully on that one because sometimes it's a magic pencil. But this is one of the issues when these researchers look at driver education and they're trying to analyze. There's a lot of things that we don't have. If we didn't have a provisional license at age 16, we would have less 16-year-old deaths as a driver. If we had waited till 18, then that big jump will be at 18. So when you say that driver education reduces crashes, just by the nature of what we are, we put more vehicles on the roadway, more drivers out there, the crashes are going to increase.
I understand.
If we want them to be as small as possible, yes. And we try very hard to do that. But you look at the top 4 states in the leading cause of teen deaths in the United States, California, Florida, Texas, they jump between 1 and 3, depending on the year. And Ohio usually ranks number 4. Ohio is 24 hours of classroom. Florida is 6 or 8 hours of classroom required. California, as Jim mentioned to us, is 30. It's across the board. It's the state has the right to choose and set the rules they wish. And it's an honor to serve on this committee in trying to shape and mold the future of driver's ed. As Matthew, you're talking about autonomous vehicles or automated vehicles. I mean, if driver ed people haven't kept up with this in the last 10, 15 years, we're way behind the 8 ball on it because they're out there. We don't know they're out there because the vehicles don't have they don't have a sign on the side that says I'm automated, I'm really not driving, I'm just sitting here on my iPad. We have the same thing with trucking industry. They're out there. That second truck behind the first one isn't being driven, it's being pulled by the first one. They're communicating through a computer.
Right. But
we're way behind that. But we have a technology section in the POI now. So, if you do your due diligence as a curriculum person within where you work, you're already there. But saying that we can't reduce hours, we can't make a step to try to better ourselves. And I know some logic doesn't say you reduce hours to do that, but to find focus, sometimes you do. And everything can be important, but it's the times that were listed that we had to spend on things like insurance. You got to spend this amount of time on it. You've got to cover all of this. Alcohol, when we had a drug and alcohol driving awareness program was 6 hours. We no longer have that program unless you're over in that other field and so forth. So again, that's 6 hours. So how many hours do you need to teach with the alcohol section? Again, it's the curriculum developers, their due diligence, it can be done. And I thank Carlos for mentioning, I'm high integrity when it comes to our students and want to provide them the best education possible to keep them alive. And as AAA has done a study, they kill more others than themselves and all those others alive. That's the whole goal of what we're trying to do. But sometimes it ends up out of our hands once that child, that teenager, that young adult is behind the wheel. So sometimes what we put on ourselves is beyond. We are just like a math class and a Spanish class and an English class.
Yeah, can I stop
how
you?
many years they have to do that?
Can I stop you for a moment, please, Nina? I understand your arguments, And I understand that, you know, if a student takes a math class and they fail to learn arithmetic correctly, then they will go out into the workforce and make mistakes, making change and things like that. And that is 100% the fault of the student at that point. The educational program can only be faulted for never giving them the opportunity to learn that in the first place.
And I totally agree. And the POI, the content in the POI is not changing.
I understand that, but part of what I'm trying to say here is that we are paring down driver education into less and less driver education, and also leaving ourselves less room to accommodate future needs. This isn't about controlling bad actors, and this isn't about taking responsibility for the personal actions of our students after they leave us. This is about ensuring that each student has an appropriate opportunity to learn what they need to learn, and it's about ensuring that this process has enough flexibility to accommodate changes in the future. If the standard goes down to 24, the invisible hand in the marketplace naturally follows the path of least resistance. Courses will be reduced to 24 all over the state, and that's a pragmatic fact. When you then go back and say you need to increase your hours from what you were doing, not only will there be a tremendous pushback to that, and it may not even pass a committee like this, but if it does pass the committee, the actual rollout process will take such a long time, if it's even possible, to get everyone back up to where they would need to be or expected to be at that time. And again, we don't know the full ramifications of all of the deregulation that has already occurred. From a scientific standpoint, it's imprudent to make too many changes at once, because then you can't discern what changes were valuable and which ones were harmful. I just don't think this is an appropriate time for this.
Matthew, I'm going to interrupt you because I see Mark Gladney's hand is up. Mark? Mark?
I was trying to get off mute. Well, we've been kind of at this for, I'd say at least 30 minutes, and not entirely sure where we're going to end up with it. I think probably the most prudent way to go forward at this particular point would be to just simply call for a vote of the committee on whether or not the classroom instruction hours should remain at 32 or go down to 24. Now, if depending on how this thing turns out, how the vote turns out, if the majority determines to stay at the 32, then we're probably going to have to at least take subchapter M and N and move it back to the work group for further consideration. If the majority decides to go with the 24, then we will move forward with the rest of the meeting. But I think that's probably where we're going to probably have to go, because it just kind of looks like we're just kind of going back and forth here. So I would ask the presiding officer to call for a vote on this.
All right, Angela, what's the best way to structure it? Just have
So let me just see. So, Mark, tell me if I'm wrong. So we're going to find out who wants to keep it at 24 and who wants to keep it at 32. So is it okay if I just call each committee member and just let them tell me 24, 32, and then I can tally after? Is that okay?
Sure. I think that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So just let me know 24, 32 committee members when I call your name, and then I'll tally after. Okay. Dr. Nina Joe Saint?
24.
James Hiller?
Can I abstain? Because I'm liking both sides of the argument. I just don't know if I have enough research to make a definitive one way or the other.
Okay. David Bruce? Mr. Bruce, can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Sorry, it said, but I was not on mute. 24. Apologize for the technical issue.
No, you're good. Matthew White,
32.
Rudy Martinez,
32.
Elizabeth Madden,
I'm gonna go with 24. I will admit I do like the idea of 28, but since we're just between the two, I'll go with 24.
Gayatri Basan.
Abstain as
You-
well.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to pick either one. I want to abstain as well because I don't have enough.
Okay. And presiding officer, Carlos Reyna.
24.
So we have 4 for 24 and 2 for 32, and then 2 members not wanting to vote.
So under the rules of this committee, does that mean that we are split because we don't have a majority vote amongst us, or is it that there's 4 against 2 essentially?
I'm going to defer to Mark on that one.
Derek, can you come online?
Yeah, hi. I'm Derek Burkhalter. I'm a Deputy General Counsel for TDLR. I do think because we would need a majority of the committee to ultimately recommend that the commission adopt, that we would need a majority of the full committee to move forward with the proposed rule. So if it's just split at 4, you know, I don't think that's going to be a sufficient number to recommend to the commission by a majority vote.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think we would need minimum 5.
Brandy has her hand up.
So can we send this back to a work group to get some of the information that has been discussed by the members so that we can have a more confident vote and decision moving forward on this?
I think that's you know, probably our option at this particular point. There are good arguments on either side, and it may be something that the work group is going to have to examine a little closer.
This is Nina Saint. How much a delay will that put on this adoption? I mean, we went through this the previous one, and it went to the register. We got comments back in favor of the 24, and we got comments back in not having the 24. I mean, the people I've talked to within the industry, I know that, you know, I recommended they make comments because they were in support of the 24. Some did, some didn't. I mean, we've got a circle going here, and I'm not sure there's going to be an end to it. And all we're doing is delaying these rules going forward.
Matthew White here. I would propose that we remove the changes from the 32 to 24. That be the only thing that we don't change, but we send that specific topic to work group. And so everything else in the rule package can be passed today.
I don't agree.
Well, and if I can make a comment, Mark and Derek, the work group consists of Nina, myself, and David, Bruce, and Rudy. And I believe you were on the committee that we pushed this forward. I don't know if you were absent that day. Okay, and if you've had a change of mind because you were on that committee. But even if you continue with wanting to leave it at 32, I respect that. But the 3 of us, I don't see much change going on. So the purpose of the work group getting back together will be what?
Right. To that point, I believe that the work group should be reappointed to represent half and half. If there's 4 members of the work group, then we should reappoint so that the 2 of the members who voted for 32 are represented there, and 2 of the members who voted 24 are represented there as well.
Hi, this is James Hiller, and but again, too, going back the way I read it, that if you still liked the 32, you could keep it and drop it down to 24 if you want, And if it's going to hold the committee, if that's an option, then obviously I would vote in favor of 24.
Well, Mr. Hiller, the way the rules read, it does say a minimum. And that is also, while that number 24 is not in the statute, it does say that TDLR can set minimums for classroom instruction in Education Code 1001.101. As it has been said during this debate, if you want to do 24, you can. If you want to do more than that, you're free to do so as well.
Yeah, so that's kind of, that's James Hiller again. That's kind of what I was leaning towards 24, but I happen to have a program that I like, but it averages out to be 27 and a half hours. If I'm still allowed to keep that, I mean, I won't have a problem with that, even if somebody else is doing 24. So if that's
your prerogative,
that's yeah. So like I said, if that's the standard, then yeah, I would change my vote from abstaining to in favor of 24.
Matthew White here. Mr. Hiller, are you saying that if your enrollment numbers decline while your nearest competitor reduces to 24, that you will not address that by also reducing to 24?
No, I wouldn't. I've never, of course, getting to AAA is a corporation, but we've never worried about what competitors are doing because, again, we think that our program is cut above what everything else is going on. And if people want to go out and find the fly-by-night course that gets through it in a few days, then more power to them. But if they like our course, then they're going to stick with us. And actually, too, I have more background in the California area where we do require more things than what other driving schools require, and it shows in our enrollment. So I don't really look at what competitors are doing as a measuring stick.
Right. So I think that's a very fair point. The brand that you operate under has a highly defensible position in terms of quality in the marketplace. The vast majority of driving schools out there they cannot compete in the same way. They compete differently. So while this rule change won't really affect what you do, which confuses me as to why you would vote for it, then if it won't affect what you do, it will absolutely affect the majority of course providers out there. It will change their businesses, whether they like it or not, and it will make it more difficult for them to compete on quality, which is what we should want from driving schools. We should want them to promote quality materials and promote themselves as a quality educational program. But the sad truth,
this is James again, but kind of like on parroting or back with what Nina had mentioned, because again, too, we have minimum standards. But I'm sure all the driving schools has the same thing. So even though you have a 7-hour minimum behind the wheel, this is more geared to behind the wheel than what is classroom. But even though you have a 7-hour minimum behind the wheel, that's what the state requires. But we got courses that offer 10 or 15 or 20, or as Carlos had said, do all their 30 hours of practice with them too. So there's variations on that. I don't think it has to be a flat rate one way or the other.
I understand that. But in terms of marketplace, I'd like to address this,
Brandy
please.
Myers, Deputy Executive Director. I'm sorry to interrupt. There are hands up. Can we go in order of the hands so we can facilitate this conversation? Thank you. I think I saw Mr. Gladney's up first and then Miss Nina Joseph. Thank you.
For the record, Mark Gladney, Assistant General Counsel. I think that we're at a point where we're going to have to put a pin in this. And I think we're starting to get into a little bit of circular argument. Mr. White, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but we're basically starting to argue the same things over again. Mr. Hiller, do you want to change your abstention to 24 or not?
Yes, I'd like to, based on the way, again, about the minimum standard. So I would like to change it to affirmative for 24.
Okay, I think at this particular point, then we need to, lead this conversation, at least as far as this vote is concerned, on 24 versus 32. I think we need to finish it so we can move forward with the rest of the rulemaking.
Mark, I'll go ahead and move us forward. But before we do, to end on a positive note, I wanted to cite to the industry and everyone here that I came upon a resource that was founded by Andy Pilgrim. He's the founder and president, and it's called Traffic Safety Education Foundation. And he's got resources that he makes available free of charge. Anybody who wants to use it, be it parent, being a school, whatever. And it's called Traffic Safety Foundation. And his research showed that students learn and mold their driving behavior from the parent more than they do anybody else. And if you think about it, it is true. Once they turn that seat around and start looking forward, who are they watching? Their behavior, their attitude, and so forth. And he has some great resources to help parents that we can provide to parents and so forth to help them with their training of the students as we lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Gladney, Assistant General Counsel. I think it's extremely clear from this discussion and just overall from what I know about this committee that traffic safety is the #1 objective of every single person on this committee and certainly of this agency and any other agency that's involved in the activities that go on our roadways. So, as I said, there's good arguments on either side, and but I think that the takeaway from this entire discussion should be that we are dedicated to making sure that the people who use our roads, are as safe as they possibly can be. And if future changes to these rules need to be made, when we discover that there may be some issues that arise from a possible reduction to the 24 hours of classroom instruction, then we will be back here on a rulemaking to make those changes. Don't think for a second, whether it's the folks on this committee or it's the folks watching this thing, that we are not dedicated to making sure that every single person is going to be safe on our roadways, whether they're Texans or people driving through Texas. So that's my take, and I'll get off my soapbox. But it's greatly appreciated this debate that we certainly anticipated. The work group certainly anticipated that this was going to be an issue, and I think it will continue to be an issue, and we will modify accordingly based on what it is that we see out there.
And Mr. White has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to point out that the majority of course providers are small businesses. Small businesses function differently than larger businesses do. That is just the truth. And the real truth is that this change will affect the small businesses more than it will affect the big businesses. We are making decisions that affect the majority of the industry. And I see a hand up, and all I'm trying to say is that I hope that we can revisit this later under a different circumstance so that we can continue the discussion, especially as potentially making a plan of action for if in the near future it turns out that this is a mistake.
Nina, you have your hand up?
Yes. And I agree, Matthew. Most of our providers are micro or small businesses. It's just the nature of the beast that we have in this industry all across the nation and so forth. But I do get taken back sometimes when we're proposing a 24-hour and you're saying it can't be done quality wise.
That's not what I've said. That's not what I've said.
Thrown it out there several times, that word that can't be a quality program, and I just want to say I believe it can be.
I know that it can be.
If the developer does their job properly, this can work. Now revisit it, see what happens. I don't have a problem doing that. But unless we take a step forward to see, we'll never know. But I am student focused, student focused, student focused. And I want to provide them the best quality education possible, whether it goes above the minimum standard. I mean, I have students now, it takes them 50, 60 hours to get through our program. That's just because that's the way they learn, and that's fine. We work a lot with autism, and you know that's not going to happen in a minimum of 32. It won't happen in a minimum of 24, but they understand that and they work diligently to get through it in their time. So I think we have a lot of people in this industry that we need to give credit that they're smart.
I agree with that.
And they'll do what they need to do to get the job done. And I'm going to get out the soapbox because we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Again, we need to move forward on the rest of the changes to subchapter M and N. So I'd like to move forward. Let's see, it's almost 1 o'clock, but I'd like to move forward at least so we can try to get through the changes in 84.500. Carlos, I don't know if you want to take a break after that, but
we could, but I think I heard that you all have a meeting scheduled for later on.
That's been rescheduled.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'm willing to move forward to get through as much as we can and keep moving with this.
Okay. I'm going to share screen again with y'all and pick up where we left off here. Okay, can you all see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we've already been through this particular portion of B1A. I'm going to move on. Down here in B1A4, we made it. The major change we made here was the last sentence: behind the wheel, supervised practice is limited to 2 hours. It used to be 1 hour. We raised it to 2 hours. Okay. Now, let's see. Then in subsection C here, this is language that new material that we included from SB 2304. Just simply with regard to what the curriculum content, has to include, the educational objectives as well as the POIDE requirements. Okay, moving on. Again, next change down here in D, and I do think that we may have had a comment related to this. What we did here is that for the providers that are teaching the teens in an in-classroom environment, have to provide the same beginning date for each student of 36 or less. It used to say beginning and ending date, I believe, and we removed that. I think there was a comment on that. I think it was consistent with us just removing the word ending from there. Any questions or comments so far? Okay. You'll also notice that we've changed some of the language in here, related to taking out traditional classroom and putting in person. That's consistent with the statute, using the term in person. So we changed that throughout as well. Down here in F, where we're talking about the use of multimedia equipment, we put those changes in there to 24 hours and not exceed 720 minutes of total in-person classroom hours. Okay. We added in I, just simply a clarification regarding the Texas driver handbook. Apparently there was some confusion about that, whether or not providers had to actually provide the handbook. Now we're just saying that you just have to make it available. I believe it's online. Just make available a link or equivalent study material for each student in the course. Okay. Let's see here. And then for Texas Register purposes, we broke out some issues related to driver education behind the wheel and in-car instruction due to some regulations that the Texas Register required us to do. So we just re-lettered a bunch of those areas, and then certainly added in the new nomenclature that we're using behind the wheel instruction and supervised practice. Carlos, I believe that was an edit of yours, down here in B and C with regard to behind the wheel instruction and supervised practice.
Correct, because before it didn't specify supervised practice too, so I thought it should be for both.
Okay. And lastly, and I believe we covered this in the April meeting, but Mr. White had a question or concern with regard to validating individuals who are taking the courses, and the previous language we had in there was a bit restricting. So we just basically went with his suggestion that the provider has to take a reasonable effort to validate the identity of the student at the time of enrollment. And this is mainly dealing with the in-person instruction. The online instruction has its own ways of dealing with personal validation. This is more, as I said, dealing with in-person. Yeah. And we leave that to the schools to determine how they're going to go about doing it. Any questions, comments outside of what we've already discussed in 84.500? Okay, not hearing anything on that. Carlos, it kind of depends on whether or not you want to take like a quick break before we get into AMI.
I would like to do a break rather than a lunch break, because I think the next parts are going to go pretty fast. Hopefully.
Yeah,
So,
I think they will, especially 502 and 503.
right now it is exactly 12:58. So one more time, let's do 12 minutes, and I'll see everyone at 10 minutes after 1.
Okay.
Thank you. Mark, I will take it back to you, please, so we can continue with the revisions to the rules. Thank you, or review.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, for the record, Mark Gladney, Assistant General Counsel. Before we move on to 84.501, I wanted to point out something to y'all that bears, I think, a little bit of relevance to the 32 versus 24-hour debate. I don't want to restart that again, but I just wanted to point out something that was removed from 84.500 that was brought up by a commenter. And that was basically 84.500 B1T. And you'll see it on your screen, although it's been struck out. Regarding that, provider owners teaching DE courses, were at some point required to collect data to evaluate, the number of accidents and violations of those folks who complete the course. Well, we removed that from the current version, and we got a comment about it. And the commenter was concerned about, well, where are we going to get this data? DPS, generally maintains collision data of newly licensed students, and there was some concern about, the availability of that data by this commenter. But we removed it for a simple reason, and that is that Transportation Code 521.206 requires that DPS maintain that data, and you all can get that data from them. So we removed it simply because when we reread the statute, it was not TDLR's imposed legislative duty to do this. So we referred people over to DPS. So I'm not trying to put a DPS representative on the spot or anything like that, but it was just a commenter that had sent a comment in related to getting that collision data from DPS. So if you're interested,
has been updated on the DPS website.
Pardon?
The collision report is usually updated on the DPS's website by the first week of October every year. But that collision report is for 2 years previous. So right now, this week, we uploaded the collision report for 2022, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, I'm sure the commenter, and anyone else who's interested in that data will be happy to hear about the updated information. But it just sort of seems like something that was kind of important to be able to track, how going to 24 hours in class instruction, it could be somewhat of a barometer that could be used to see just exactly how the 24 hours is doing. It's only going to be one element to be sure, but it could be an important element. So I just wanted to point that out to y'all before we move forward.
Mark, just to echo that, I think that's an essential thing to do. I know that TDLR has a push to be more data driven, and that is precisely the way to do it in all decisions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 84.501, and kind of hoping that we'll move a little bit faster now. But you'll find that in these subsequent sections, we didn't really make too many changes outside of probably some recalculation on minutes due to the 24-hour classroom instruction change. So here in 84.501 regarding AMI, it basically is staying pretty much where it is. We did make a few changes related to discussing course content and personal validations, making sure that the AMI is adequately secure. We changed it from the word secure to adequately secure to mimic what's going on in the in-person classrooms to ensure course content and personal validation. That was kind of a change that we made there. And another change, of course, as you move on, as I said, we made changes related to the minimum content of instructional materials based on 24 hours. So we made those changes on the minutes. So that's what you'll see there in minimum content under number 4. Okay. And all the time calculations, again, are based on 24 hours. Or, yeah. Okay. And I wanted y'all to focus in on some of the changes that we made for, regarding personal validation. The personal validation section remains the same, with the exception that we added another way of doing personal validation, and that would be through multi-factor authentication method. And we added that in there as another way in which the AMI can try to determine that John Smith is actually John Smith who's taking the course. So that was a big change that we made, not just in AMI, but I believe we also did it in AMD as well. Okay. As far as the, moving on down here to the test bank, we removed some requirements related to the test bank only, and it's a minor change, here with regard to the AMI test bank. We're taking 20 questions. We used to take 20 questions, I believe, from Module 1 and Module 8, and we just decided that it wasn't necessary to take anything from Module 8, so we removed that. Okay. And let's see, as far as see again here, as far as video courses, the use of multimedia. Again, we changed some of the hours, again, based on the reduction in classroom hours. So we made those changes as well. Okay. And then down here in subsection I, and I'm skipping forward here a little bit. The modifications to AMI, we made a few changes there. We basically really shortened it because the work group was thinking that what we currently had in the rules were just way too much regulation. So we shortened it up quite a bit, as you can see, to just simply say that if you're making any modifications, they have to be consistent with the POIDE and the law. But we took a whole bunch out of there that we just thought was just not necessary, and y'all can figure out, what should be put in the AMI should be consistent with the law and the POID. So that's pretty much all we did related to this particular section. Are there any questions, edits, comments? I hope y'all have had an opportunity to read through everything that we've done. So any questions, comments, edits that you want to make to or suggest to 84.501? We really didn't do very much to the AMI section, as I said. We're just trying to reorganize and make it a little bit more efficient and easier to understand. Okay. Okay, hearing nothing, then I'm going to move on. You know, this is the repeal portion. And again, when we repeal something, when we determine, staff determines that it's a lot easier for y'all to read by not seeing all these strike throughs and regular language. It's just easier and more efficient for both you and the public to read it if we just repeal and give you a clean underlined version. Okay. Okay, this is where the new stuff kind of shows up. Before I discuss with y'all, you know, we made some changes and pulled some language out of 84.500. Mainly, all we did was we just took the in-person 6-hour adult course and the online course, and we pulled it out and gave it its own separate sections. So the language that was in 84.500 related to these two particular adult courses, it's virtually the same as it always has been. It just exists in its own section now. So that's what we did mainly on here. Okay, and you know, again, that's all we did here for the in person, and then of course, you know, at the end, you know, we added Mr. White's suggestion about you know, making reasonable efforts to validate identity for the in-person adult course. You know, so that's all we really did. You know, the course length is still the same. The break times are all the same. Nothing's really changed. Any questions, comments, or edits on this section? Okay, then moving on to 503. Okay, 503 is, again, it's the online version of the 6-hour course for adults. Well, again, it's the same as what was in 84.500. You know, we just wanted to shorten it up, streamline it, and make it easier for y'all to work with. Okay. That's all we've done with this thing. Okay. Any questions or comments related to that? Oh, of course, we added the multi-factor authentication method in there, just like we did for AMI, because this is an online course. So for personal validation. So that was a little different there, but again, very, very much the same as it always has been. Questions, comments, edits on this particular section? Okay, then hearing none, then we're going to move on to the driving safety section. Now, the only thing that's really different with driving safety is now it's 84.504. Before it was, I believe, 502. Again, not really too many changes here other than adding in the new course material related to Texas Driving with Disabilities program. Okay. You know, that's one of the changes that we made here. Okay. And as I said, not too much changed here. Of course, the length of the course still stays the same, so nothing new there. And then, you know, again, added in the provider has to make the reasonable effort to validate the identity of the student. Now, minimum course content is still applicable law and whatever the COI has got in there as well. Okay. We did add a new section here under F and G. You know, the course owner has to update the course material, the latest data. And that's existing, but we just kind of moved it around and added it here in F and G. And then G, the department may alter the due date of the renewal documents, by giving 6 months notice. So that was a little change there as well. Okay. And then here in subparagraph 2, all we did was just do a little bit of re-lettering, restructuring according to the Texas Register requirements. So any questions, comments, or edits related to the driving safety course of instruction?
No, man, I think we're doing good. Keep it going.
Okay. Then ADM, we're rolling to ADM. Okay, again, only thing that changed really for the most part on ADM again was just where it is. It's now 505 as opposed to 84.504. If I can get to it, there we go. Not any real changes here as well. And mostly what outside of what we've talked about, mostly what's happened in subchapter M is just simply just pulling those 2 sections out on adult 6 hour, online and in person, and then just renumbering the subsequent sections. Yeah. And my head's a little bit on a swivel because I'm working on 4 different screens right now. So that's why my head is moving around all over the place.
I was wondering what you were doing, Mark. I've been watching you and just.
Yeah, I'm keeping track of 4 different screens as well as hard copy notes. So it's weird. Okay. So that pretty much takes care of subchapter M. Okay, before we move on to subchapter N, any comments, edits, or questions again outside of the 24-hour situation, but anything that y'all have. Okay, great. Now we're going to move on to the subchapter N, dealing with the public schools and the ESCs and the colleges. As you can see, we made a few little changes here. Mainly, again, it was the 24-hour change, adding in the supervised practice, and just kind of changing some words around, related to certification versus verification. I'm not.
Excuse me, Mark, may I ask? That one says must consist of at least. Is that applicable to a minimum?
Yeah, that's a minimum.
Okay. I didn't know if we needed to make that language just so it would mirror together, but if it means the same thing, it's good.
Consists of a minimum. Are you all suggesting that?
Excuse me?
Are you all suggesting that be changed from at least to a minimum?
Just to keep it consistent, but if it means the same thing, it can stay that way.
I mean, I have no problems with doing that if that's what you all want to do. Okay. All righty. And moving on. Again, just adjusting the classroom hours. We didn't get any comments related to this particular subchapter. We made a change here in 5 where it says the students must be enrolled in class before the 5th hour as opposed to the 7th hour of classroom instruction in a 24-hour program. We didn't change anything related to the semester length programs. We just made that change related to the 24-hour program. Okay. And then does somebody have a question?
You scroll back. Yes, this is Nina saying. Can you scroll back up a little bit more? You see C. This program must consist. It should be the same language as you put in the other one.
Yeah, good catch on that. Okay. Yeah. And I thank y'all for bearing with me while I'm making these changes right now, because I want y'all to see what it is we're doing. Because I mean, we're going to ask you to recommend the rule package at the end of this meeting.
Mark, Nina also has her hand up when you have a chance.
Sure. Go ahead while I'm doing this.
There we go. I took it down. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Moving on. Down here to 9. Believe that all we did was we took the language that we had already put into. I'm trying to think whether it was that 84? Yeah, we transferred the language from 8446 and put it in here. So the training not exceeding 6 hours a day, including 5 minutes of break period, and then instruction from the public school not exceeding 4 hours a day, and this is how the 4 hours could be broken down. You know, in any combination of these methods. Okay. Any so it's a bit of an increase. Any questions or comments related to that section? Okay.
I think we're good, Martin.
Moving forward. Then we changed down here at the bottom where the student may apply for a learner's permit after completing 4 hours as opposed to 6 hours of module 1.
Mark, this is Nina. Did we do the same in the in-person and in the providers, the DE providers?
We may have to go back and take a look at that real quick. As soon as we finish this, we'll go back and take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Because I thought the DPS had a rule that it had to be 6.
Okay, so are you saying we might have to keep this at 6?
If the DPS hasn't changed their rule.
I have to check. I'm not sure, really.
Okay. Hey, Brian Beal, if you're still online, can you go to the DPS rules and check on that while we're doing this, or Shan. I used to have that rule number too, and I can't remember where it is right now. Okay. All right, moving on. Again, we adjusted for the 24 hours, so we adjusted the minutes accordingly. Added in similar language that the public school or the ESC or college has to at least make available the Texas Driver Handbook or something equivalent. So they can provide an electronic link if they want to, as opposed to actually providing the book, which I don't think DPS even produces the book anymore. I think they just have it all online. Okay. All right, and that pretty much takes care of 84,600. Outside of what we're looking up for NINA right now, any other questions or comments related to that section? Okay, then we'll go to the 601. The only major change here was right down here as to how long a public school has to maintain the students' records. We reduced it from 7 to 3 years, or whatever the school district requires for the record keeping of such documents. Yeah. So the certification document. So that's the only change we made in 84,601. Any questions or comments related to that section? Derek, you have a hand up?
Yeah, hi, Derek Burkhalter, Deputy General Counsel. I just looked up the DPS rule. It's at Title 37, Chapter 15, Section Rule 15.27. Subsection B says to qualify for a learner license, the applicant must be at least 15 years of age and have completed the first 6 hours of classroom instruction if enrolled in the concurrent method, or 32 hours if enrolled in the block method.
Okay, so NINA, it may look like we may have to keep it at 6.
Right, and I would mimic the language from that rule. 6 hours of classroom instruction instead of specified in module 1.
I was going to save this to bring it up when we got to the discussion of the POIs, but I do believe that we're going to have to modify the driver ed POI somewhat, because the designated hour section, module 1, nowadays we did away with block program, but at this point, that's all I'm teaching is a block program, because most of my students can't get a permit because they can't get an appointment for anywhere from 3 weeks to 2 months, depending on the area that they live in. Okay. And that's simply because DPS suffers, like all agencies and schools do, is that we just don't have enough personnel. And so we got rid of block, but basically that's what I'm teaching now. And so I actually prefer it because I can mix in more of the discussion throughout the entire class instead of just trying to dedicate 6 hours to focus on just a quick mini driver ed course and then expand it as I went throughout the rest of the course. So we're going to have to do some tweaking to the POI to make it work efficiently.
Matthew, I agree with that, especially lowering the hours to 24. It makes it easier to do that. And you do, in my experience, you do see much better results in the car if they complete all the classroom before they reach the vehicle. I'm 100% in support of that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark, because once upon a time it was written because there was concurrent and they could get a permit real quick, they could start driving real quick. So we had to give them a quickie review on what they should do when they get in the car. And that really isn't possible anymore. I haven't seen it in really quite a while. And with it being less, I don't see a problem with having people go through the 24 before we get to the driving phase. Okay. And besides, there's nothing we can do until they get a permit anyways.
I think we should still have the option.
That is true.
Limit ourselves.
Nana, you mentioned in one of the work group meetings that once upon a time, those hours were actually 4 hours that were dedicated to that, correct?
Correct. Originally, it was 4 when I first started in this industry some odd years ago.
Uh-huh.
You count the number of gray hair and be about correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went from that to 6. I think around 2000, something like that.
I'd like to add that I think it will also clean up a lot of logistical issues for students who transfer amongst programs. Because if they cannot receive a certificate of any kind until completing an entire phase, then it makes it easier for them to move within the marketplace without having to go back or being locked into someplace that they are moving away from because they're unhappy with for some reason.
I think there are situations that they can get their permit after the first 6 hours and begin driving. I just don't think we should limit ourselves on that and go back to completing a phase before you can move to the next one. That's not, I don't find that to be very logical.
Right. I agree. The option should be there, but.
Eric, which subchapter was that rule in?
So that is of the Administrative Code, Title 37, Chapter 15, Subchapter B, Rule Section 15.27, Subsection B.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
See, but that rule doesn't specify Module 1 like our rule does.
Right, it just says 6 hours of classroom instruction.
Okay, Nina, I'm trying to figure out where we were talking about adding that language. Because we have a lot of sections in here that discuss completion of module 1 before you can get a permit. I'm just wondering where we would take that language that we had just down here that we were just talking about, and that would be 6 hours instead of 4. And where would we put that if we were going to do that? Because I'm not entirely sure. Do we need to do that? Because we have other sections that say you got to complete module 1 before you can get a learner's license.
But we took out all the timelines, so module 1 could be 2 hours. Could be 1 hour. So we do probably need something in rule that is in agreement with what the DPS has in their rules, because that's who's accepting that certificate.
How about something along the lines of like module 1 and a minimum of 6 hours?
I think that might work.
Matthew, Nina, wouldn't that only be an issue if module 1 exceeds 6 hours in a particular driving school? Oh, I think I'm frozen.
No, we hear you.
No, I hear you, Matthew. I'm just trying to get us and on the DPS on the same page with the language.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah, that's all.
I think if we're going to keep it at 6, I think we can just mirror their language exactly, and I don't think that will cause any practical logistical issues. Because as you say, module one might be less, but I doubt that they will spend more than 6 hours on module one, especially for curriculums that are already written.
I think I'm just trying to figure out where we could put the 6 hours, the language in 15.27 of the DPS rules, where we could put it, make sure that it's not gonna be confusing, because I mean throughout here, I mean, if you just look at, well, we've got 10 instances where we're discussing module one without the 6 hour thing, so 8443, I mean, we're discussing it right here as the provider responsibilities. I mean, do we take that language to say, in 6 hours before you can get your learner's license? I mean, there's 10 different instances.
Matthew White here. I mean, thinking about it, I think Liz might be spot on. Just adding both in there.
I agree.
Where would you want to add that?
Let's go to the first instance where module one is listed, and we can try, it will hopefully work the best there, because I think if we put it farther down into the document and where it may not be caught or may not be noticed as heavily.
Derek Burkhalter here. Mark, I think we may need to mark this as something that for a future change, because we haven't provided the public notice of this kind of change. And, the search you've done only brings up the module one instances for the rule sets we have here. There may be rule sections in other parts of the rules that also include that. So I would suggest we just put it back to the original language and mark this as something for a future change. That way we don't have to republish and kind of start the process over.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Agree.
Okay.
I agree on that.
So folks, what Derek is suggesting, we go all the way back down here to 84601 at the bottom and leave it at 6 hours. We just don't make that change now. Where the heck is it now? Just saw it. Where the heck did it go?
Page 78.
78. Okay. We would just keep that 6 hours and leave it be.
I agree. Don't want delays. Thank you, Derek.
Yeah, that's a good call. Well, I'll make that change. Okay. All righty. Okay, so that pretty much covers the rules, and I guess we can go to the POIs real quick. I don't think I have a Word version of that, so that's going to make things a little bit more challenging, but we'll do our best. Okay, so I'm going to start with driving safety. Stop sharing that. Let's see. Bear with me for just a second while I try to pull this thing out. And try to share. I think I might need your assistance on this, Angelica.
Do you want to send me the document? I can share it real quick.
Yeah, I'll have to. Actually, it's in the board materials section that you sent to everybody. Can you pull that up and go to the POIs?
Give me one second. Let me pull these up real quick.
It's not working for me.
Do you know what page it's on? Or is it just towards the very end?
It's after these rules, that's for sure.
Bear with me for a second. I'm trying to get these up.
Got page 82. Or 95. One of those two.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is this it? Keep going. Do you see that? Is that not it?
Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Is that the first one for driving safety?
This is the first thing after the rules.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's the first one. That's good. Okay. All right. Can you share that?
It's on the screen.
All I'm seeing is your email, I think.
Are y'all not seeing the Adobe?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Okay.
Okay. Well, let me go back. Sorry.
Oh well. Now I don't see it.
Oh, I took it down. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the table of contents. It's right after that initial screen.
All right. And I'll be kind of following from my end over here too. Okay, so as you can see, we had to make a few changes, and Angelica, if you can scroll up on the table of contents, we made a bunch of changes just to the table of contents because we had to kind of rearrange a few things around and renumbered a few things. So that's kind of what we did, with that. We added this notice in here just to remind people that the COI. It isn't curriculum. It's more meant for a source for providers to use to create their own driver safety course. Because remember, y'all are creating your own stuff, and of course there's minimums that you have to follow, state minimums you have to follow. We certainly expect that, and you'll be audited on those mandated minimums, but this is more meant as just kind of a guide. That's why they're called program guides for y'all to complete your driver safety courses. So scroll on up, Angelica. Okay, let's get to chapter 1, course introduction. We just added some information here on course introduction. I keep going. Related to what you need to include in a driving safety course. Make sure your data is Texas specific, and you can use additional national data if you want to, where it's necessary. But you're using it mainly to compare against Texas data. And then of course your lesson links for each of your chapters is again dependent upon you and how you think a driving safety provider thinks will maximize student learning potential. So we put that, we added that in there. Okay. We removed a section in there, related to enforcement of orders issued by the governor. We determined that wasn't appropriate for us to have that there at that particular area, so we just removed that. We did some, renumbering and added in sections related to exams and how you can sequence your topics. Again, you can do it any way you want to, as long as you teach topics in the topics 2 through 12, but you can put them in any order you want to. It's entirely up to the driving safety provider. We added information in there related to driving with disabilities, just like we did in the rules, pursuant to SB 2304. Chapter 4, again, Texas specific data, but you can add the national stuff. And as you can see here, we removed all the minimum instruction times, so you can take these topics and you can construe them any way that you deem appropriate to get your educational material across. Okay.
Matthew White here. So regarding those minimum times, I agree with striking them through, but I'm wondering if we're open to replacing them with an educational equivalent. So instead of requiring a certain number of minutes be spent on a certain topic, can we add a rubric for the exams that are included in the course to require a certain number of percentage of questions pertain to certain topics? And I know that that's true already for some courses, but I didn't see that here. As well as the POI for adult 6-hour, and I'd especially like to see it in teen driver's ed.
Well, that's something that we didn't do in this particular rulemaking, and we probably would have to. That might be somewhat of a substantive change. We might have to do that maybe in a future rulemaking.
I think it would be a very valuable thing to do, especially considering that we have new courses being written all the time. The purpose of the minimum time for particular topics was just to emphasize their weights and measures, their importance in the overall curriculum. So I think that adding something there to help, especially new folks writing their own curriculums to just benchmark for, I think would be it would be very helpful to a lot of folks.
That may be a topic of discussion for the curriculum work group the next time that we have a meeting on that. So that'd be something good to put in there. Okay.
I wanted to make a comment on regards to this part, because we actually gave David Bruce the lead in this, and he did an excellent job. But Matthew's bringing up a good. I'm expecting after the first of the year is the first thing I think we need to work on are the POIs again, to update them, revise them, and so forth, maybe tweak them to make them better. The removal of the time limits was really kind of our idea, because every course, if you think about it, every driving safety course was really a mirror of the other, because they all had to talk about the same subject at the same amount of time, and it didn't allow for creativity to introduce new things and do things like Matthew was talking about. And so that should piggyback right on what he's talking about once we get to updating these POIs, because that's what I hope to do. Is I know driver ed is really going to need it.
Right.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'd just like to add one more consideration for the work group. Driver education is a naturally reiterative learning process. So I think that we should be cautious about where we label things as redundancies versus reiterations. There are reiterations that are incredibly valuable that help students generalize knowledge to across the board. So I think there may be instances when you come back to it that you find you might need to reinstate a reiteration that may have been misconstrued as a redundancy.
Hey, this is David Bruce. I've got a comment. Matt, I think you've got a great point, but I think it may be covered in kind of the rule section regarding mastery of content. It's saying that the ADM must allow the testing for the student's mastery of the course questions by asking at least 2 questions from each of the topics listed in Chapter 4, topics 2 through 12. The test bank, and it goes on. So the way the test bank must be created you can do it several ways, but at the end of each chapter, obviously you test on that chapter, but at the final exam, the test bank is made up of questions from each topic, and then it's randomly chosen.
Sure. But I think that only applies to the AMI.
That I can't speak to off the top of my head. I'm flipping through all the documentation.
Yeah, I'm heading in that direction just to kind of see whether or not it's in just the COI for driver safety.
Yeah, that's always been the case for the alternative delivery methods, because you want your students to walk away with knowledge from the entire course.
Right. I think that certain topics do deserve more emphasis as they were represented in certain minimum times. So if y'all can scroll down just a little bit for an example here, or maybe go back up. I forget exactly where it is. Where it used to say the overall time for each chapter or topic. It must be. It must be lower than that.
Yeah, I think it's near the bottom.
Yeah.
If you scroll down, it's in each top of each chapter.
But the point is,
right there.
Yeah, there are certain topics that were given more time for consideration because they are just larger risk factors for collisions, right? So when you do the weights and measures, if you add that back in, I think the baseline should be just looking directly at the top factors for collisions overall, and then assigning more weighted value to those topics as they were with the times that were here. And of course, you could just hold on to this document and translate it into a new calculating form.
This is Nina Saint, and in the driving safety, not just the ADM, the driving safety has the same language, David and Matt. The comprehensive exam for each driving safety course must include at least 2 questions from the required units set forth in Chapter 4 topics 2 through 12 of the COI driving safety, for at least a total of 20 questions. So that language is in both the ADM and the in-person, in rule. So you could actually change it in rule, where it already addresses it.
So are we saying that we could do that today? And
I'm not going to, as long as it doesn't delay anything. If it's going to delay something, no, it needs to be future.
Understood.
But we already have something there. It's been there for years.
Right, I understand. But it gives equal weight to all.
There were times or anything else that that language has been there.
Sure. But that language gives equal weight to all topics. And really, I'm just looking for something that can add to the guidelines for people writing new curriculums as to where to place their emphasis.
And again, that may be something that can be explored in the future. But David and Nina are correct in those 2 sections. They have been there for a while. I just noticed them. So let's put that as an action item for the curriculum work group for the future, and just have a discussion and see where we go with it. Okay. Let's get back to this COI here real quick on driver safety. I'm trying to think where we left off. Looks like Chapter 4 we left off there. Yeah, you're right there, Angelica. Again, the minimum times have been removed, and as a result, it basically drove a lot of the strike throughs that you see through here, and then adding in the term instruction at a minimum, knowing that there aren't any minimum times anymore. So again, flexibility to the providers as to what they think is going to be important to emphasize for their students in the driving safety courses. So those are things that we did with regard to this. Keep on scrolling.
Sorry, Mark, Matthew White here. Would it be possible to, to change those strike-throughs minimum instruction time 10 minutes and just change it to recommended instruction time so that we have a short-term solution for what we just talked about?
Well, I think we didn't have that for this, but I think we had recommended times for the other things. It may have been in the POIDE in the adult 6 hour, and we just kind of got rid of it across the board. I think we just really wanted to avoid appearing to mandate any type of instructional times. Because and this is also coming down from the Sunset report too. Sunset wanted us to be less constrictive, or even giving the appearance of it, and put more of the creativity and responsibility in the hands of the providers. So we're trying to stay as close to the Sunset report, mandates, recommendations that as we possibly could. Okay.
Understood.
Okay. Moving on. Basically, again, these are all the things that the changes as you see. I think down here at the bottom of page 3, we added in some information related to the move over and slow down law. It wasn't there necessarily before. I think we wanted to be a little bit more specific about it because it's really important, and in recent years I think it's become a very important aspect to make sure that it's taught so that students know how to operate their vehicles around emergency vehicles. So we made sure we added that. Okay. We added in a section on the Texas Driving with Disabilities program. Keep scrolling. And basically gave information, guidance as what to teach related to that program.
Mark, before you go any further, am I seeing a hand up for Nina?
Nina?
Nina, do you have your hand up?
No, let me get it down.
Right.
My computer just went off, so I had to go to the cell phone. Let me find it here. I'll get it out of there in a minute.
All right, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. And let's see here. Basically, you can keep on scrolling, Angelica, but there's nothing really else that we added of any substance that's not already there. So that was pretty much about it as far as this particular program guide is concerned. Any questions or comments related to the COI for driving safety? Okay, hearing none, let's move to the next one, Angelica. I gotta find it myself.
You know what page it starts on? Sorry, I can't really see on the side.
That one starts at page.
Oh, here we go.
106, is it 106?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, adult 6 hour. And again, you can just you can scroll. Okay. Again, we just want to make sure that everybody understands that these program guides aren't curriculum; they're just guides for you how to create your courses. So and how to comply with our rules rules as well as applicable law. So that's all we're trying to emphasize here. Okay, moving on down. We, as far as the educational objectives, we just basically kind of took that from 84,500 of our rules and put them in here to clarify what the educational objectives are, and we kind of combined them with what used to be in 3.2 and just kind of streamline them a bit. Okay, scrolling on down. Again, minimum times are removed. We added here in 4.1.2.1 on the classroom instruction requirements, information related to the Texas Drivers with Disabilities program as part of what needs to be taught in that adult course. Okay. Scrolling on down, again, emphasizing move over and slow down law.
Mark, I do believe someone made or submitted a comment with regards to the ADE course, wanting to lengthen it so they could speak on some more topics and so forth. And I think this, for now anyways, the removal of this timelines will allow them to maybe do some adjustment to make them happier until we can discuss in a future work group whether we want to increase it from more than 6 hours.
Yeah, there was a comment related to that, and again, that's going to be food for thought in a future rulemaking. So we can certainly discuss that and see where we're going with it. Okay, scrolling on down. Let's see, keep on going until we get to page 113, I think. Okay, just made some changes to some of the statutory titles for things, or at least there's some housekeeping stuff there on improper use of driver's license. Scrolling on down, and then we added for all of these POIs and COIs, we added information related to the Texas Driving with Disabilities program, and how to present that information to the student. And I believe that we even include a link in there with regard to communication impediment with a police officer. We included a link there that you could send your students to get more information as to how to deal with that. Okay. Scrolling on down, again, remove the time restrictions, related to the exam, and that was pretty much about it. Again, we put the notice there at the front and the back, reminding folks not to use this POI is curriculum. So, any questions or comments related to the adult 6-hour POI? Okay, hearing none, then we'll move to the last one here. POIDE. And let's go to the substance of it. Again, a lot of the same changes. We did obviously make changes based on a 24-hour classroom instruction schedule. So all the minutes have changed. Yeah, as you can see. Okay, and then scrolling on, adding in the language that related to supervised practice. So we mimicked a lot of what's currently in rule. Okay, again, based on a 24-hour classroom instruction model. Okay, scrolling down. As Carlos talked about before, eliminating the block method. We noted that. Now, right here, where it's at module 1, where it says resources and licensing information, and that's on page 127, Angelica. Okay, we just had a discussion about 6 hours versus 4 hours. Do we need to make a change there where it says minimum required duration of this module is not less than 4 hours?
I wouldn't have a problem with that. To at least put a minimum on there so it doesn't go less than that.
Okay, so we're not bumping up against that DPS rule, 6 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you all are satisfied with that?
Elizabeth, what do you think?
I'm fine with changing it to 6, just for consistency's sake.
Okay.
So not less than 6 hours?
Yeah, I think we should leave it like that for now. For now.
I'm gonna have to make a notation there because that's page 127. POID. I don't have a Word version available to me right now. Let's see. Change to 6 hours. Okay. All right, then we will do that. Moving on. In the classroom instructional phase, we made a few changes there, and mainly this was just to make things a little bit clearer. Now, adding in information regarding the Texas Drivers with Disabilities program and the move over and slow down loan like we did before. And this is just simply to emphasize the importance of those programs, and of course the Driving with Disability program was a new program. Okay. Okay. Keep on scrolling. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you. Down on page 132, we got rid of in all the modules. We got rid of the driving plan language. Okay, so you see that. Then when we get to the simulation instructional phase for each one of these modules, we had to change the location of the commission rule because we had some rule changes in 84.500. So instead of it being in 84.500 B1R, it's now in B2E. So you'll see that throughout each one of these modules. And then of course, all the minimum time frames are eliminated in each one of these modules. So again, that's along with what Sunset wants and the flexibility for you to complete your courses. Okay. I'm going to basically kind of speed through some of these other future modules. A lot of the language that the work group looked at related to multitasking, we changed it from multitasking to divided attention. And Nina, I think that was your suggestion on these things.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the in-car progress assessments and driving plans, in these modules, not necessary so any longer. So we remove those, and you'll see that in the modules. And tell me if I'm moving too quickly through this.
Mark, can you tell me where you're at so I can scroll to that part of the document?
Okay, I'm at page 137.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving past 137 now. Again, in-car progress assessments eliminated, and timeframes. Yeah. So instead of going through all these modules, assuming that you all have had a chance to take a look at the POI DE, since this is the kind of the longest one, are there any things that you have noticed in the POI DE that you want us to focus on in this meeting right now?
Matthew, I do have a question about the in-car progress assessments. I would agree that they should be more flexible, but I do think it's an important part of that process to just have 5 minutes with the student at the end of a driving lesson to recap what they learned and give them a score or progress report so that they can just understand where they really are in the educational process. It is often very motivating for them to achieve a certain score, even it's 0 to 5 during progress. And some of them even get quite competitive about it, and they're trying to best each other. So I'm wondering if we can reinstitute in-car progress assessment, but just in a leaner way.
My only comment on that, and the rest of you, please chime in. My only comment on that would be, again, it's up to y'all. It's the flexibility in your program that you can do the in-car progress assessment, or you can choose not to. I leave that pretty much up to y'all.
Sure, I just think that because there is educational value to it, having it as at the very least a recommendation will be helpful to new course providers.
Did we leave it in 2.2 or? Because that was 2.3, so that was observation, or that was a 3. That's observation. I think we took it out of there. It might still be in the behind the wheel part.
I think we need to throw that back up on the screen because if I'm not mistaken, I read it being removed everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
We took it out of classroom and.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is in there. It is in there. Naya, you're right. It's in the behind the wheel instructional phase. It's just not part of the observational phase. So I guess we moved it out of the observational portion.
Okay, I misread that then. Thank you.
Hey, so did I. So there we go. So,
yeah, I think that was the intent. It was not supposed to come out of being the behind the wheel one.
Okay.
That is correct.
Yeah. Let me move forward here to 3 real quick. I just want to module 3 here real quick. In-car observation. What's it? Okay. It's not in. What is it? Is it just characteristic to that particular module in module 2? In-car progress assessment.
I mean, I would think it would be best to have it in all the modules that pertain to in-car education.
Because I didn't see it in 3.
I don't think it was in every one of them. I know there were random, like 5 has an in-car progress assessment in behind the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
6 does not. It originally didn't have it in every one of them. Not that you can't have it. And the reason was some of the modules didn't have that much time. Remember, there's 12 modules, but there's only 7 lessons.
Right.
Module 7 has an in-car progress assessment.
Yeah. So it sounds like, Matthew, that it's the in-car progress assessment, the way that it's set up here, is something that sort of pops up during the entire course, but not in every module. Maybe that would not be a bad way to go about doing it. you're kind of testing them or you're assessing them every few modules to make
Well,
sure
and
that.
yeah, and one of the valuable things to it is it becomes a signifier to the student and the parent as well as to when they might need to take a break from lessons and do some more at-home practice before they come back and continue. So having it there in every lesson, I think, is important.
And that's another reason why we need to go back and redo these modules and add things like that, because I agree completely. It's our policy. That's what we do. And
Yeah.
that's how we can assess and let the parents know and so forth. So it is an important one. It's just a matter of we have to redo the POI. We need to bring it
Yeah.
up to specs.
It looks like we're doing the in-car progress assessment on an interval basis. If we want to make that kind of change, yeah, we'll have to go back in the future rulemaking and deal with it. But for now, it looks like it's being done on an interval basis every few modules. That's another action item for the curriculum work group. Okay. Okay, so basically our I think that instead of going through all 12 modules, do you all have anything else that is of such importance to you that you might want to have an edit here or there, or are you satisfied with the way this POID has come out?
I am for the time being.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then I think at this particular juncture, we're probably done with this agenda item. What I would be wanting to finish up with this on is to kind of give you the timeline as to what's going to be happening. We are targeting October 23rd for a commission meeting to adopt this entire package, including the program guides. And we expect the rules to be effective either November 15th or December 1st. Okay. So having gone through all this and what staff is asking for is a motion to recommend publication of the rules package with the changes that we've noted during this discussion. And I think I've got the changes, I think. Well, if we could do a general motion, just saying, asking for a motion to recommend the entire package, the rules with the program guides, with the changes that we noted. That's the motion that we would need.
Carlos Reina here. Let me just ask one more time. Are there any further questions or comments on the proposed rules? If not, then I'd like to do what Mark is recommending. I'd ask for a motion and a second to recommend to the commission the rules as presented with changes that we have discussed.
Second.
Okay. Then Angela, please do a roll call vote.
Can I verify? So, Mr. Reyna, you made the motion and Nina seconded. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yeah, that's the way it went.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to get that in the notes. Okay. Manager Saint?
Yes.
Rudy Martinez?
Yes.
Matthew White?
No.
James Hiller?
Yes.
Elizabeth Madden?
Yes.
David Bruce?
Yes.
Gayatri Vasan?
Yes.
And presiding officer Carlos Reina.
Yes.
Motion passes, sir.
Thank you. I think we have section H, Mark. We wanted to discuss an appointment to one of the work groups because I believe we lost Mary Lloyd. So we're short someone in enforcement and compliance. And I'd like to first off ask Ms. Bassan if you would like to take her place, if your schedule would allow, or if you have the desire to. And if not, then we'll look for someone else.
What is this, Carlos? What is it for?
to see if you would be interested in being part of one of the work groups. This is the Enforcement Compliance Work Groups, which is criminal conviction guidelines, penalty matrix, and other enforcement matters. I don't know if you wanted to be a part of that, but because Mary Lloyd from the DPS was going to be a part of it, but it's up to you. Depends on your schedule, or if you have to check with someone if you can.
Can I do that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can Angelica send me something about the working group so that I can read about it and then get permission before I say yes or no?
Angelica, can you do that?
I can do that.
But let me
Thanks,
go ahead.
Angelica.
Let me go ahead and tell you, if she can't do it for any reason, I'll fill in that spot. I'd like to get a chance to actually work with Matthew White on some of these other issues, Anna Freeman if possible, and be in a work group with them.
Carlos, before we go too far down this road, I kind of like to at least go through the current makeup of the 3 work groups that we currently have, and staff is proposing a 4th work group.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, the existing work groups we have are providers, instructors, and that consists of Nina Saint, James Hiller, Elizabeth Madden, Carlos Reyna. The second one is CE and curriculum. David Bruce, Nina Saint, Rudy Martinez, Carlos Reyna. Enforcement compliance, Mary Lloyd, Anna Freeman, Matthew White, and Nina Saint. Now, Angelica, is this is the most recent grouping you got, right? Because we're missing Mary Lloyd, but I'm just wondering, is
Yes.
this the most recent one?
Mm-hmm. And if you give me a
Okay.
second, I will share my screen so that everybody can see those. Just
Great,
bear with
great.
me just 1 second. Not sure why it's not opening for me. Okay. Can y'all see that? Can everyone see the work groups?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So these are the ones that I have currently,
Okay.
and those assigned to them.
And for the newer folks amongst us, obviously the work groups consist of advisory committee members. The number of members that we have on a work group is less than a quorum, so it'll be no more than 4. And the members work with TDLR staff, and we will coordinate discussions and meetings for the work groups. The meetings will take place by webinar, over the phone, or sometimes face to face. We've had a number of work group meetings that way now, and the work groups will have a specific item, or responsibility to take care of. So providers, instructors will commonly deal with duties that include operations, inspections, license renewal requirements, standards of conduct. CE and curriculum deal with approval standards for curriculum guidelines, hours for CE, and educational matters. Enforcement deal with criminal conviction guidelines, penalty matrix, and all other enforcement matters. Now, staff has also determined that we may want to have a 4th work group, and this is a work group that we're tentatively calling the DES Search Tool Work Group. And the duties of this work group are going to include, but they're not limited to, examining the functionality, efficiency, effectiveness of the DES search tool for driver training providers and their courses, and possible rule development and or amendment. And we're creating this work group pursuant to the Sunset Report to examine the role that the search tool plays, and also in compliance with the Sunset Report's Management Action 4.14 regarding modification of our work, our website related to DES functions. So that's going to be the newest work group that we're asking the presiding officer to appoint members to, as well as if the presiding officer wants to appoint new members to the various existing work groups. So that's what the purpose of this agenda item is.
All right, thank you, Mark. Okay, well, I am thinking we need to do maybe some reshuffling of some of the work groups, and on this one here, I'd like to take a little time to think about it and communicate with Angelica on what's really going to be involved with this, so we can pick members that'll be really showing interest in what's going to happen. So if we can wait on that, I will have Angelica let people know, and connect with them to see if they participate in this new one.
Yes, sir. What I can do is I'll send a current list of the current work groups and who's assigned.
Okay.
And if they want to stay on those groups and who may want to be reappointed or appointed to the new one, and then you and I can chit chat about
Okay,
suggestions. Is that okay?
that'll do it. That'll work. All right, I think on section I, recommendations for agenda items for the next committee meeting. Does anyone have any recommendations of things you'd like to bring up and discuss? Anyone? If not, I would like to make a recommendation. And Ms. Vassan, what I'd like to do is I'd like to see if we can get someone from the TPST, Third Party Skills Testing Unit, to come and maybe answer some questions and give us more information on the portal that is now available for TPST people. I know a lot of schools are not using it because they have lots of questions about it and the issues with it and so forth. And I think if we became more comfortable with it, more of us would maybe push towards that. I believe Elizabeth Madden, I think you're one that is using it currently, correct?
That is correct. I'm using it with our school.
Yeah, because really you're the first one I know of that is. And that I know of, there may be others, but in talking to other people, you're the first one that I've heard of that does it. And that shows that because a lot of the school owners are not comfortable with it because they have a lot of questions on timelines and so forth, because sometimes it's just so much easier to hand the testing packet to the student, and they all go down there and press their nose against the door when they open and take one of those open appointments at the DPS and get their permit or their license, the provisional license, right away instead of getting an
I will say
appointment.
I've had a lot of instructors and owners approach me about just various questions and the logistical side of using the portal. So I will say I have gotten very comfortable with it, and also just things to be aware of when it comes to the portal itself.
There you go. So that's what I would like to do, that for the industry to be comfortable with it, so it can move forward, because it would be a great tool because it'll keep people out of the offices. Okay. Ms. Vassan, did you have something?
Yes, the portal, Elizabeth, how do you find the portal? I just want some feedback because the portal belongs to me, my team.
Oh, does it? Good.
Yes, and we have more and more,
in-house.
we have more and more examiners signing up on a daily basis. Those that have signed up are using it religiously. It takes away from the student having to go to a driver license office. They can just go to TXT the very next day, and as soon as the packet is approved, and upgrade their license and remove the BD restriction. So I would love feedback, Elizabeth. If this is not the forum, you can contact me after to give me feedback.
Actually, this isn't, because it wasn't on the agenda. We're setting it for the agenda. So I'd like to set it for future purpose. But if you were open to a group of maybe a work group members or so forth to meet with you, because we can get the word out to other people, and to get it done quicker, because I'm not sure when we're going to meet again, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I can do is bring my SMEs onto the next meeting and have a little presentation, if y'all want, on what the portal is, how it works in the back end, and what we look for, what we do, and all of that fun stuff. Okay. And if you all have questions, you can ask the SMEs. We'll be able to, answer you. If examiners want to bring suggestions for changes, we can look at that as well.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah. So
then I'm excited to meet right away. So we'll take a break from this one, but we'll meet right away. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're part of the team.
I can, last thing is I can give you both the owner perspective as well as the examiner perspective, because I do both.
you go. Thank you for that.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's what we were looking for. So this is perfect.
Happy to help.
Good. All right, Angelica.
Mr. Bruce had his hand up.
Yes.
Carlos, thank you. I would propose for the next agenda meeting, I've received quite a few phone calls, and it was even on one of the earlier presentations regarding infractions for the driver safety division, regarding if the TDLR could give a 5-minute kind of what we should do or should not do regarding the requirement of the additional $3 charge for driver safety material. There's been a lot of confusion. We've had to get clarification. People have called me asking for clarification, and I'm trying to do the best I can. I just don't want to misspeak. So maybe if the TDLR could just walk through for 5 to 10 minutes the next meeting, that'd be great.
See if we can do that, because I do know it's statutory and it
yes
is not.
And there's just it's pretty straightforward, but it's just there's a lot of questions that are coming to me, and I do not want to misstate anything.
Gotcha. That's a good idea. Thank you, David.
Mr. Bruce, can you tell me again? It's a $3 fee for what? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I write it down.
It's a $3. It's a statutory requirement. It's a $3 fee for the driver safety material.
Okay.
And I can send you. Sorry, I don't have the section in front of me. I can email that to you, but it's just I'm getting more and more phone calls, and so I just don't want to misspeak.
Got it. Thank you.
We just like some clarification, I think, is what we need.
Yes. No debate on the requirements. Just want to make sure the whole industry knows how to follow it.
Right.
Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Any other suggestions? Well, then I think Angelica will call the committee later time for a future meeting. Okay, so we'll look forward to that.
Yes,
And
sir.
and if there are no other questions or comments, then it is 2:44 and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for
Have a good day.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.